Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this March 2nd, 2022 meeting of the North Carolina State Board of Education. I'm Eric Davis, chair of the board, and I call this meeting to order. Recently, I was asked, what is the future of public education in North Carolina? And clearly, that's the most important question that each of us as leaders should reflect upon in this time of crisis and challenge. Nothing is more important to you and me as our children and their future. The quality of the education that this generation of state leaders provides our public school students will in large measure determine not only their future, but our own and that of our state. But it's incredibly difficult for any of us to even think about tomorrow, much less the future, when we're just trying to make it to the end of the day. Finding enough bus drivers and teachers, finding the patience to really listen when a student bares her soul and shares that her parent just lost his job. Or finding the energy to overcome your own fatigue and remain positive in spite of the setbacks. For more than 2 years, North Carolina public school educators have gone above and beyond, under the worst of conditions, often against unjustified criticism and accusations, in order to give someone else's child, your child and mine, an education and a fair start in life. Our state is filled with heroes who made sure our students got to school safely, were fed, learned their daily assignments, and received the care and support they needed when they needed it the most. Heroes who put themselves in harm's way every day in the midst of this pandemic for no other reason than they refuse to let their students down. So what is the future of public education in North Carolina? It's right in front of us. Built on the determination and grit and perseverance of today's educators. The question before us is, what must we do to honor today's heroes and make a better future for their students a reality? First, recognizing that the one profession that all other professions rely upon is education, we must elevate the profession of teaching in North Carolina to attract and retain the talent that we all need in our public schools. Second, to maximize the effectiveness of our educators' efforts, we must provide the health and support services that all of our students need. And third, to secure our economic prosperity and domestic tranquility, we must increase the academic achievement of all of our students. So that's the opportunity that we must seize at this time. In gratitude to every one of the heroes on the North Carolina Public Education team, thank you for your incredible devotion to your students, their families, and our children. Now, colleagues, let's honor these heroes by getting to work, beginning with our ethics statement. So board members are reminded that it's our duty to avoid conflicts of interest or the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of this board. Does any member of the board know of any conflict or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If during the course of the meeting, if so, please state them for the record, and if during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Board members, you've seen the agenda for over a week and had the opportunity to review it. I ask if there are any requests for changes to the agenda. Hearing none, I request a motion for approval.
Chairman Wendell, make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion by Mr. Hall. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Camden. Dr. Townsend Smith.
Yes, sir. Dr. Eisendine?
Yes.
Ms. Camden?
Yes.
Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Dr. Tipton Rogers?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Vice Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes. Motion carries. We have an agenda. We'll proceed.
Treasurer Falwell votes yes.
Thank you, Treasurer. So recorded. We'll now proceed to today's committee meetings, and I note to our committee chairs and audience that all voting on consent and any item requiring action will be completed tomorrow via roll call. Now recognize Vice Chair Alan Duncan, Chair of the Business Operations Committee. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you. I report today on behalf of the Business Operations Committee, and there's a reason, unfortunately, we've been placed first, is we have a lot of stuff, and I apologize for that in advance. But there's a lot of stuff, and it's very important, a number of very important items. So let's get underway, and we're going to go through this as quickly as we can, but please be patient because this is going to take a while. There are a number of important reports. First, BizOp 1 is contracts over $500,000, and we have many of them. The reason we have so many is because there are deadlines in effect for certain ESSER 3 contracts to be put in place. And so as a result of that, there's a number of very significant contracts that we have before us that need to be done. We've been doing some of these contracts over the last few months, but we're now at the deadline. Our first one is the North Carolina Alliance for School Leadership Development. And Dr. Cynthia Martin is here to report on this contract. Good morning.
Good morning, Superintendent Truitt, Board Chair Davis, board members and advisors. I have one of three contracts. The first is with the North Carolina Alliance for School Leadership Development. This organization will provide district leadership coaches for our 6 CARES districts and expand to our school model. Each district will be served for 140 days over 70 weeks. A district leadership coach is a retired superintendent who possesses the leadership skills needed to successfully lead a district. The DLC coordinates the team of on-site DPI employees that provide intensive support to that district. The scope of work includes coaching and support, consultation and communication, as well as district data advisement and analysis.
For all these, if you would say the amount of the contract and the term of the contract as well, that would be helpful. Dr. Martin.
Sure. We are currently under contract with the Alliance. This contract will be expanded for 2 additional years. It's a total of $882,000.
Thank you. Now our Relay Graduate School of Education.
Yes, so the Relay Graduate School of Education, this is the implementation of a Principal Leadership Academy that we have entitled the North Carolina Instructional Leadership Academy, short NCELA. This is to provide initial and ongoing coaching support and PD through a leadership institute to our state's principals, assistant principals, and principal supervisors with a focus on our low performing schools and districts. This brings to fruition a tenant in Leandro for developing a leadership academy. It also continues year 2 of a pilot in Robeson County by expanding from 12 principals to all principals in the district. The focus will be on building internal capacity to provide high-quality instructional and strategic leadership coaching across the district. It also provides coaching and support for school leaders in our CARES districts through practice-based, job-embedded instructional leadership and coaching. To offer this instructional leadership core training in the levers of leadership to select principals and principal supervisors throughout the state. This will help with building capacity through proficiency with core content and initiate local implementation with a select group of schools and supervisors. We hopefully will build capacity in the levers of leadership and be able to continue this training in North Carolina. This current contract is underway in a piloted fashion. This contract is for 2 additional years at $9,974,500.
Thank you. Now schools that lead.
My last contract over $500,000 is with Schools That Lead. In the budget build, it was stated that we would contract with Schools That Lead to develop or purchase a statewide online platform that allows teachers to share student performance improvement methods across the state in response to learning loss resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, and also to support the professional development that is already being conducted by Schools That Lead. This is $970,000, and they have 5 years to spend.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Martin or any comments on any of these 3 contracts that we've now reviewed?
I have a quick question.
Please, Dr.
Thank you
Eisenman.
so much. And the contract pertaining to building capacity within school districts, working closely with the principals and assistant principals, that contract it's with what organization?
It's with Relay Graduate School of Education. They're an organization out of New York, but they've done work all across the country.
Okay, that's my question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Martin? Dr. Martin, thank you. We now have Mr. Howard Ginsberg to report on BetaBox Inc. contract. Except I think we have a replacement for Dr. Ginsberg.
You do. Good morning, Superintendent Truitt, Chair Davis, members and advisors to the board. My name is Lori Carlin, and I'm here representing Mr. Ginsberg and the Academic Services Division. I'm here to talk about BetaBox, and BetaBox is named in legislation to receive $2,042,000, and this contract is intended to mitigate learning loss in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics by providing students with hands-on experiences and coached learning opportunities.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out, there are several of these contracts that we'll see where the vendor, if you will, was identified in the legislation and the amount was identified in the legislation, so they're obviously not bid contracts.
Yes, sir.
So in those occasions where there are bid contracts, I would ask that people say that, and thank you, Dr. Carlin, for pointing out that this one falls into the legislative box, as do several others. Are there questions or comments for Dr. Carlin on this contract, the BetaBox contract?
I have another question, and
Please.
thank you so much. I guess in my mind, I think all of this is wonderful, and the dollar amount is even better. But in my mind, I'm trying to get a picture of how this will look in a district.
The districts will contract with BetaBox independently, and BetaBox will deliver all kinds of professional development, coaching, and the resources for students to have these hands-on experiences in STEM.
And so what will be the product that will be produced from this?
I think they differ according to the school. It's an opportunity for the hands-on learning to take many different forms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carlin, unless there's any other questions. All right, not hearing any, thank you so much. Our next contract is Communities and Schools of North Carolina, and Susan Brigman is here to report on that. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning. This contract is with Communities and Schools of North Carolina. It was written into the revised Senate bill where ESSER 3 funds have been appropriated in the amount of $3.9 million to the Communities and Schools of North Carolina. And this is to expand services and provide for the extension of 9-month contracts for its employees for the purpose of providing assistance and enrichment activities during the school year and summers for students in kindergarten through grade 12 who are experiencing learning loss and negative impacts from COVID-19. They will address COVID-19 impact through the use of funds to support activities related to student learning and engagement, including but not limited to summer programming and enrichment activities to help students fill learning gaps, student re-engagement services, and expansion or continuation of Communities and Schools model programming within existing school sites. They will provide summer programming to 500 students across the state and provide integrated student supports to an additional 15,000 students during the traditional school year. Anticipated outcomes for this investment include a minimum of 90% of seniors served will graduate on time, a minimum of 90% of K-11 students served will be promoted to the next grade level on time. Results data will be pulled from the CIS data management system and receive external validation. CIS will be provided through 15 of their affiliates, and will provide services to 27 counties across the state. They will provide an annual report on program results and impact to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to include the number of students served and outcomes of services provided in terms of graduation and grade level promotion.
Thank you, Ms. Brigham. This again is a designation made by the legislature for the $3.9 million figure to go to communities and schools. I think, and you'll correct me, there's 14 communities and
There's
schools?
actually 15. There are
in
15
North Carolina.
affiliates.
15 affiliates, and for those who wonder, this money is in addition to what communities and schools already receive from the legislature, from state funding, because that is become a recurring allocation made by the state legislature to communities and schools. But this amount is in addition from the ESSER 3 funds. Any other questions or comments on this contract? All right, Ms. Brigham, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kevin Harrison, who is going to report on 2 different contracts for the purchase of electric school buses that are funded essentially incomplete by the Division of Environmental Quality for the early replacement of these buses. Good morning. And you are also going to give an addendum report at the end of this. It's while you're here about gas prices for our districts around the state and what our plans are to support that, because that's a question that's come up a lot by several people.
Certainly, happy to do so. Good morning, everyone. In the interest of time, I'll get straight to it. These are the first 5 across 2 contracts, the first 5 electric school buses for the state of North Carolina. They are largely funded by the Division of Environmental Quality, the former Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, and they are very expensive, as you might expect. These are procured from the state term contract for school buses that exists already, 071C. And they're, as I mentioned, they're paying the majority of costs, but not all of the costs of these vehicles. And it is, the districts involved are Transylvania, New Hanover, Randolph, Rowan, and Cabarrus. These districts were selected in 2019 based on a request basis. These were the only 5 districts that requested the electric drivetrain at that time. All 5 of them were selected for funding by DEQ. And so all 5 are going to be ordered. There's some delay in the allotment of funds and those types of things from the General Assembly to DEQ to us, contracting, those types of things, which cause it to drag out a little bit. And that's those 2 contracts.
They're with the 2 traditional vendors, which is White and Thomasville buses, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, and just for informationally for the board, is it fair to say that the electric buses cost approximately $400,000. Our typical diesel buses cost approximately $100,000.
Yeah, I mean, if you include
at time of purchase, as opposed to what the energy cost might be later.
Sure. Yeah, at time of purchase, the options costs are several $100,000. Plus, you also have to procure a charger as well, and so the charger for the vehicle is anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 as well. So when you're talking about an electric school bus, you're really talking about $420,000 or so overall, plus whatever it takes you to get the site ready. So you might have to dig a line from your existing service. If you put a lot of them in one place, you might need to upgrade your service at the school or bus garage. So there are a little bit of costs on the infrastructure side in addition to the charger and the bus. But all in, you end up in the $450,000 range, compared to a diesel school bus, which is about $100,000 now.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Harrison? Yes, Ms.
Just
Campbell.
out of curiosity, are these full-size school buses?
They are. Same as the others. So these will be 72 elementary capacity buses, which is the majority, probably 90% of what we purchase in North Carolina.
All right. If you could continue with a brief report on the handling of gas costs, since there's a lot of concern that's been expressed from the field about that.
And there well should be concern, because it looks to me as of this morning all rationality has left the market. I'm not sure how to explain it other than that. But so first of all, transportation allotment is a block allotment. So some basics that we don't really say what you particularly use for fuel, But because fuel is about 12% of what LEAs expend, we keep an eye on that, and that's one of the major things that we have to kind of adjust a little bit for based on market pricing. So the last reasonable information we have for a whole school year leaves us around $2.10 a gallon is what the allotment was based on. So seeing that we were not going to make that this year, when we did the adjustment in January, we did give them an additional 20 cents a gallon. Now, when I talk numbers related to the price, I'm using a reference number, which is the unweighted average of the state term contract. Some districts do better, some districts have higher prices in that contract. Some districts do better by buying locally, but relatively speaking, the thing to work with is how much the price has changed. Because if they were getting it for $3 last year or $3.05 last year, it doesn't matter because that's already built in. What matters is how much it's gone up. So we began in January anticipating $2.10 wasn't going to be enough, and so we gave them an additional 20 cents per gallon, which gets them to about $2.30 a gallon. $2.30 a gallon, not being where the price is presently. Our current price as of last week, and DOA hasn't posted this week's price yet, but our current price as of last week was $3.05 a gallon for diesel fuel. So we're now looking at a year-to-date average, or not year-to-date, sorry, a school year-to-date average of $2.50 a gallon. So we're looking at trying to allocate more money to the school districts. But with what has happened in Ukraine, we see that there's some shifts in the market. I will say some shifts in the market because over the last 2 days, it's gone up like 46 cents. Okay, so that's a lot, but it also doesn't really align with what oil has done either. So oil has gone up 15% since, oil has gone up about 15% since the crisis started, whereas fuel has gone up from like $2.60 to $3.40. So the fundamentals aren't there. So the oil price doesn't support, in my opinion, the oil price increase doesn't support the diesel price increase. But neither here nor there. What that means is we're going to be short in the transportation allotment, even if we attempt to get anywhere close to those numbers. So it costs about $2.6 million to give a 10-cent per gallon increase because we use about 26.5 million gallons of fuel in a normal year. And given that this year is more normal than the last 2 years, we're going to expect that it refers back to those 18-19 kind of figures. So if we have about $4.7 million unobligated, which is about 16 cents a gallon, but we're looking to need something on the order of, best case, 40 cents a gallon, more likely 56 cents a gallon to 73 cents a gallon if things really go off the rails. So that's about $10 million short of what we would like to be able to give school districts for additional fuel expenditures. There are many ways this has been handled over the years, because as you imagine, we've had this issue before with pipeline issues being shut down or Hurricane Katrina, various things over the years. How it's been handled in the past, two predominant ways. The first is over-allotting transportation funds. The General Assembly gave us a particular amount, and then either because of we could resolve the source of those funds later, they could just say, go ahead and over-allot it, and we'll resolve it at the end of the year. The other option is it could be specific, go ahead and get that from teacher reversion funds to the department. So it could be a specific type of instruction. So over-allotment from the fund and resolving it later is a possibility. The other primary one is we've occasionally, when things get really bad, gotten additional funds allocated by the General Assembly. So there is, emergency sometimes necessitates such things. So there is a possibility that that could occur as well as they go into session in the next couple of months. The last one, not a great idea, but if neither of the other two end up working, is that we leave districts to come up with that money on their own. And of course, the burden would be greater on those districts that utilize more fuel but not, but it's all proportional to what they spend. So really, it's more burdensome on those that have less local funds available to them. So I can tell you that as of this morning, we're looking at $3.40 a gallon, but that's up 40 cents from Monday. I think that it is hard to predict what the future will bring because we don't know what the future of the conflict is. Tomorrow, there'll be a ceasefire and everything clears up, or it could continue, and there could be more speculation on the future pricing.
Thank you for that timely report in terms of the issues that our local districts are dealing with and you are dealing with at the state level. And I think it was important for the board to get this report so that we would know it may be necessary that we would want to do some efforts to get the legislature to assist with the unexpected gas costs as we go into the short session. Maybe something that's important to bring to the legislature's attention on behalf of our districts throughout the state. As you described, the three possibilities. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Vice Chairman.
Dr. Williams.
I want to thank Kevin for the hard work that he does and the great performance of NCDPI Transportation Division. We appreciate it out in the district. I specifically wanted to note that we appreciate his staying on top of this, what's currently a volatile fuel market with what's going on worldwide. But truthfully, those costs have been high all year, as he noted. So we thank you for looking at and monitoring the difference between what's allotted and what actually is actual versus projected. We appreciate that. So thank you for your leadership with that. My question is going back to the electric buses and the infrastructure for that.
Sure.
A lot's being written about federal grants, clean energy grants, and all that. And I know you noted the pilot districts. I think that's exciting. But even if the district could come up with, say, in Lenore County, if we could come up with, say, the 30,000 projected or whatever to convert for the charging for a single bus, that would, and we have 141 buses, so we need a lot more than that. Are you seeing anything on the federal stage about federal grants coming down that would help with the infrastructure transition, would help districts at the local level to transition over so that we'd be able to use electric buses feasibly?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of money right now. So these are the first five. There's about this first VW project. This came from the Volkswagen Seminole project. Was just those five because those are the five that were requested. The next phase of VW is expected to come out in the next few weeks from DEQ, and that will also have a much bigger project. Some $27 million, I think, is allocated towards school buses in that particular one. So we're expecting that, and that can fund infrastructure. In fact, this VW one is funding these five. The infrastructure is funded. And in addition to that VW funding, there was a federal infrastructure bill that passed that had $1 billion a year. Now, how it will be structured matters, of course, but if you figure that, one, it's restricted, no state can get more than 10% of it, and two, that North Carolina has 2.5% of the population of the United States or so, we are expecting somewhere on the order of potentially $25 million a year in low emission or zero emission vehicles, and that's a lot of money for each of the next 5 years. So it will depend on the structure of it, but each time EPA has issued a rebate of this nature, they have accounted for the fact that infrastructure is expensive and that needs to be part of the equation. It's a little hazier when it comes to electric and upgrading your entire site to handle 100 buses when you're only receiving one, but at least enough to handle the infrastructure for each vehicle as it is purchased is usually considered with part of it. But as you mentioned, there are plenty of other sources as well. Duke Energy has some funds allowed by the Utilities Commission that they can put forward towards electric school buses as well, a certain number of them. So there's lots and lots of sources of funds out there, and as those sources of funds make electric school buses make economic sense for the school districts, that's when we'll see purchases. I don't see a wholesale shift because we'd have to come up with a whole lot of money to buy 200 buses at $400,000 a piece. Okay, and we don't have that. But as these grant funds become available, that's where I see that it begins. Projections are that they'll achieve better cost parity with diesel vehicles in the coming years. And as we get closer to that, then you look at more broad purchasing. But at least to start with, grants have got to defray these costs, and they do. The ones that have come across and the ones that we're applying for do cover those infrastructure costs as well.
Are there any other questions or comments? Dr. Eisenstein?
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of what else is included in infrastructure, what comes to mind, the question that comes to mind to me is the maintenance of the electric vehicle and how that differs from the maintenance of the diesel. And the retraining of, let's say, our maintenance personnel, how complicated is that?
So I think the first thing to note with electric vehicles is that they're less complex than internal combustion engines. So an internal combustion engine has thousands of parts in the engine, any of which could be a problem that you might have to repair. An electric motor probably has like 50. So in the scale of complexity, the complexity is much smaller. Also, the additional cost is not in the electric motor. That's actually cheaper than the diesel engine. The cost is in the batteries. So for the most part, you're not going to repair those, and they're also warranted for quite a long time. So I think the real thing on the training side is just going to be that the manufacturers are providing significant support, which is part of the reason why these are so expensive. The manufacturers are providing significant support to districts that acquire these to make sure that they know how to service them. And from a basic perspective, also they'll just tell them, look, if you have to touch any of the wires that are orange, just call us and we'll walk you through it. No problem, because that's the high voltage system. The rest of the bus, though, is largely the same. Right, the lion's share of the work in the bus is not with the engine so much. It's regular maintenance, which is significantly reduced on electric vehicles because they don't have things like oil, and oil changes and oil filters and fuel filters and all those types of things that fuel burning vehicles do. So the expected costs of maintenance are actually lower for the vehicles, but it does require a little bit of additional training, and so the manufacturers have largely been willing to provide that in areas that receive these because they want to see them succeed.
All right, unless there's any other questions, we need to keep moving because we have a lot. Are there any other questions for Mr. Harrison? Thank you very much for the report.
Certainly.
Next, we have Mr. Mike Ramsey on 2 contracts, the DLT CrowdStrike contract and Accenture Amendment 1. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, Vice Chair Duncan. Good morning, Chair Davis, Lieutenant Governor Robinson, Superintendent Truitt, board members, guests, and fellow education advocates of North Carolina. I'm Mike Ramsey, Director of School Connectivity. The School Connectivity Initiative, which celebrates our 15th year of making a difference in North Carolina, has been expanded to include cybersecurity. SL 2021-3 provided $9 million in ESSER funds to implement a statewide cybersecurity program to improve the cybersecurity capabilities of North Carolina. Additionally, in the recent state budget, an additional $7 million for the next 2 years was provided to augment this initiative. We've been working diligently on our strategic plans to meet the legislative objectives in the most cost-effective manner. This month, we begin the tactical activities, and I present 2 contracts for your approval. The first one is DLT CrowdStrike, which will provide 200,000 licenses of Falcon endpoint protection to be installed on the business servers and staff machines of PSUs. This is a next-generation antivirus that not only monitors files, but also uses artificial intelligence and utilization behavior to detect and protect systems from ransomware, viruses, and other malicious activities. Each PSU will have visibility and have reporting capabilities. Additionally, this system will be managed and monitored by MCNC, who has a 24/7 operations team that can quickly respond to any suspected attack. This contract is using a state convenience contract. I'm proud to say we were able to negotiate the price down from $55 per endpoint to $23 per endpoint. Contract cost is $8.8 million over the next 2 years, with the first year paid by ESSER funds and the second year paid by the state allocation from the budget. The second contract is Accenture Amendment 1. Our initial contract with Accenture was to provide, to deliver a K-12 cybersecurity program approach based on our previous assessment work and additional research. This amendment will begin the discrete initiatives to improve the cybersecurity maturity of our PSUs. The first of 4 major ones, a cyber digital twin, which will be able to create a mock-up of a model PSU using real data, and we can attack it with everything we've got without actually trying to hit a school's infrastructure, so that we can identify where the weak points are that aren't readily obvious. The next one, we're going to be looking at email security, assessing the email security posture across all PSUs, and look at doing a email pilot to really dig deep and find out what that's going to cost us if we went statewide. Third one, cybersecurity training expansion. Training is the #1 defense. Getting people to keep things up to date, as well as how to recognize ransomware or other things that are suspect. We're seeing more and more where someone in HR gets an email saying, hey, I'm changing my direct deposit. Here's my new bank account information, and it getting processed. Or even worse, and we've seen several of these very recently. Because of the open meetings, everybody knows who the contractors are. And we've seen one bad actor who's able to create a domain that looks exactly like the real vendor and submit, hey, the contract is coming up, here's the invoice for it, and we need to change the banking information. We've had 3 of those that were almost successfully delivered. The last one is incident response and readiness, being able to work with state DIT as well as the National Guard, FBI, Secret Service. We've already got enough experience working together. We're codifying and getting it all locked in so that we can respond very, very effectively and efficiently. This amendment is also utilizing a state contract, though I was not able to negotiate as aggressively as before. Cost is about $5.8 million. $2 million will be from ESSER funds. The rest will be from the cybersecurity expansion. It is the recommendation of school connectivity that you approve these contracts. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, and thank you also for the work that went into negotiating these contracts in a favorable manner. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Ramsey on these 2 contracts? All right, not seeing any. Let's go then to Dr. Rob Dietrich, Director of Digital Teaching and Learning, and he has 3 contracts. Which, rather than stating them twice, I'll let him describe.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, Superintendent Truitt, and board members. I bring to you today 3 contract renewals for digital teaching and learning. The first of which is a 1-year contract renewal for ISKME, a nonprofit organization that hosts and maintains the Go Open NC Open Education resource. I do want to reiterate that they are not developing content, that the joy of the Open Education resource is that this is for North Carolina teachers, by North Carolina teachers, as resources that they can develop and use in their districts and really share across the state of North Carolina to increase the education for all students in North Carolina. As the resources are aligned to the North Carolina content standards. They are out there in videos, they could be out there in lesson plans. There are multiple things that they can upload. Currently, right now, we know that there are over 40,000 educators that are using the platform and over 36,500 instructional resources that have been used and are uploaded up to that process. I would also like to take this chance just to give a few quick, we've recently added some hubs on Go Open NC that I think are very good. The North Carolina VR Landscapes is an opportunity for students or teachers across the state to look and use virtual reality to education standards aligned content that allows them to go visit places across the state that they might not normally. So I think it is a very positive way to get that word out and help spread it, as well as I've seen districts use those hubs to put entire courses online that help their teachers and districts. So that all three of these contracts were all bid in 2018, and this renewal is for $325,000 for next school year. Are there any questions on that one before I move on to the next?
All right, not hearing any, let's go to the next. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The second contract that I bring up is for learning.com. It is a one-year contract renewal based on session law from 2017 to ensure that our students are getting very good digital literacy skills, as it is necessary for a 21st century student to have, not only in their education but also in their future as they move forward. And in this application allows digital literacy across the state, and this partnership allows us to work with them to make sure students understand computer fundamentals, digital citizenship, online safety. And really what this does is provides an annual student fee that we negotiated of $773, and if they would do the entire building, that price is $3,296. And for Tier 1 districts, we use Digital Learning Initiative funds to pay for those schools that would like to utilize this program. Are there any questions on that before I move on to the last?
Any questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Teacher. Let's go to our third.
Yes, sir. And the final is strictly a convenience project for Imagine Math, which is to supplement students in their math in the event that they may be struggling. It gives teachers the ability to progress monitor and make sure that students are on track in their math skills. One of the best benefits of this program is that it allows for a live tutor to help students both during school hours and after school hours. And what we have done is this is for a $8,000 school license, and then they get $1,500 webinar associated with that to help with training if they need it. And this is strictly a convenience contract to make sure that the PSUs get the best price they can for this.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this contract? All right, not hearing any. Thank you very much, Dr. Teacher. Our next contract, and I should say all the BizOp items 1 through 7 are actions on first read. I'm not sure I said that before, but all these are actions on first read. Our next contract, Dr. Angie Mullenix, our Director of Innovative Practices and Programs, speak to us about NROC projects, sometimes called NROC.
That's right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. So this is for the NROC project. There is legislation that says we will use the NROC project, so this is an already predetermined vendor. We contracted with them not this current academic year, but the academic year before that. At that time, we did not have appropriations from General Assembly, and we used lapsed salaries to fund the NROC project. We did not have lapsed salaries, so we did not implement this school year. And then once this contract is approved, beginning in July, we will begin implementation again so that our year-round schools and our traditional schools can take advantage of this. This is for math and ELA or English remedial supports for those students who have a GPA between 2.2 and 2.7. We do fund for all 9 through 12 students to take advantage of this opportunity, though.
Any questions or comments on this? Ms. White.
Can you put in practical terms what this looks like for a student in a Wake County school that matches that GPA requirement? So what does that look like for them?
Sure. So it actually looks different depending on their needs. So I'm going to start with math. So if it is a student who needs this remedial program for math, math can be done through modules. It can be integrated after school. It can be in a tutorial hour. It can be done in the summer. Because it is not part of an actual, it can be part of a course, but it does not have to be part of a course. The ELA student, that is part of the English 4 curriculum. It is integrated in, and so a student who would need it for English would be having that integrated into their English 4 curriculum during their school day.
And follow if I may.
Please.
So how would a student learn about the NROC program? How would, is that self-directed once they sign up, or?
I understand. We are working with our school districts right now to help them with scheduling and identifying students who fall into the criteria that they would need this. And if those students fit the criteria that they would need this remedial support, then the schools provide this opportunity to the students through their scheduling. So a lot of our school districts are working on that right now. They look at their ACT score, they talk to the students, because sometimes even though they've taken the ACT in their junior year, they might have taken it after that and have a different score. So they talk to the students, and then they schedule them in based on their particular needs. So our school districts understand that if students are eligible, they must provide this opportunity to all students. So it's a conversation that's taking place. The community college system receives the money for, or the funding for professional development. And so we've already begun providing office hours and professional development to school districts, anticipating that this is funded and that they will begin implementing in the fall of this school year. So it's really a part of the whole piece of conversations and scheduling with students. So this isn't something that they need to discover on their own. The schools are facilitating that knowledge that they would need this.
Okay, one final.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's mandated by law.
Yes, ma'am.
That schools must work with students who fall between a 2.2 and a 2.7 GPA. So they must.
Right. It is a shall. That is correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so so it's interwoven within the school day. This is not an after-school hours opportunity, or is that at the discretion of the student? And then, if the student needs remediation, would we then give flexibility for? I'm thinking about high school graduation requirements and how we offer the remediation during the day, and the student not being able to fit that in when that's the most critical area of need, if there were any discretionary, do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Somebody that's trying to do it, but they've got to meet X in order to graduate, but the.
Yeah. And that is something that we do hear from the field with scheduling, not only with the students' schedules, but also with staffing. The way it is written is that it must be part of the English 4 curriculum, and so schools that have teacher shortages are having difficulty with scheduling those students, especially if you have, this side of the room doesn't need it and this side of the room does. How do we facilitate? So a lot of our schools are trying to be creative, and we're supporting that creativity with any student can use the modules, whether they need it or not, and it is good content. It is high quality content, and so using the content, so using the content for all students so that it's not, a split sort of environment that could be awkward. Yeah. Back to the math, there is more flexibility with math because it does not have to be integrated into a course, but many of our school districts are choosing to integrate it into Math 2, for example. Sneha, did you want to add?
Yeah, just about the graduation requirements. This has been a concern of the board as well for the last several years, and we have been partnering with the community college to help understand how to make this whole program work, but understand that we don't want to add an additional graduation requirement. So that is why we have come to the agreement that math can be done over modules over time, and that so even if they're in AP Math, for example, but their GPA falls in that range because it is an unweighted GPA instead of a weighted GPA that the community college has decided, that they could take those modules while taking that AP Math class, for example. English, because it is only modules, and we have encouraged them to work over time to develop it to be a module-based instead of fully integrated into the course. It will impact that, but with math, we have made headway.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you for the questions. Any other questions or comments on this contract? Thank you, Dr. Molinax.
Thanks.
Our next contract is Scholar Path. Mr. Trey Michael is here to present that contract.
Morning, all.
Morning.
Thank you.
Welcome.
In the most current budget, the General Assembly appropriated $1.5 million for a DPI contract with a company called MyScholar. They own a product that is a solution for career development planning to be used in high school to prepare students to transition from the 12th grade and beyond. That product is called Scholar Path. We have currently worked with most of our districts to survey, do they have a current solution or not? We have discovered that 13 of them would be interested in a pilot and do not have a product or a solution at this time. 19 additional districts indicate that they would also be interested but do currently have a solution. 49 others have indicated that they would possibly be interested in working with us in a pilot for the solution, but they are happy with their current solution at the time. We're still waiting to hear back from a few others, but that is our current status. We've also worked with a number of partners in the agency, procurement and whatnot, Power School, to begin to work towards this becoming to fruition.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this contract, the Scholar Path contract? All right, not seeing or hearing any, thank you.
Thank you.
We have now Dr. Michael Marr, who is Executive Director of Office of Learning and Recovery, to talk about the Innovation Project. And no, we don't have Dr. Marr. Who I do
Trust
see
me,
in the audience, so that's
you
really
will
unfair.
hear from Dr. Marr today multiple times, so I'm happy to present today. Good morning,
We are glad
I'm
to
Lynn
have
Barber,
you. Welcome.
Deputy Director of Office of Learning and Recovery, and I am bringing today to you the contract for the Innovation Project, or TIP. TIP is charged with creating the North Carolina High-Tech Learning Accelerator. This will be a network of in-person learning labs created to help students identify technology-aligned career pathways. The program will focus on supporting students disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, including low-income students, females, students of color, to accelerate their progress towards high-tech careers and related higher ed programs. The High-Tech Learning Accelerator will engage students through options outside traditional classroom instruction, including summer immersion programs and after-school programs and student supports. The program will focus on developing the critical skills and knowledge base necessary for North Carolina K-12 students to succeed in workforce-aligned technology careers. The Innovation Project will work in collaboration with multiple agency partners, as they did in the creation of the contract, including the CTE team, the Office of Learning Recovery, the Superintendent's Special Advisor for Workforce, and that's to align their program implementation to the State Board and the agency's strategic goals. This was sole source, $8 million appropriation in the state budget, Session Law 2021-180. The term of the contract is March 2022 through September 2024, and the contract is before you today for review and approval.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. Are there any questions, comments?
I do have a question.
Please,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Oxnard.
much. Again, I guess I'm going to sound like my colleague across the way, Ms. White. I need to see how this, if you could describe how this looks in a district.
How it looks in a district. So they currently have 17 LEA partners. So that will essentially be the beta hub of the launch of this program. It will include industry partners within technology, as well as some nonprofit organizations that the agency works with, that TIP already works with. And so it'll create essentially workforce-aligned pathways that include competency-based education, as well as a credential of value or certificate at the end of that program. So the goal is really to introduce students who may or may not have already been aware of these career pathways within technology to essentially develop a pipeline for that workforce.
Will it work, pardon me, could I ask?
Yes, please.
And I'll be quick, because I know everybody, we're probably looking at the clock. So will this work in concert with CTE? It sounds like it has some resonating CTE-ish.
I think it would be in parallel with CTE. Certainly, there could be the on and off pathways, as well as this could introduce students to a CTE pathway within their school district.
And is it high school, middle, K-5, what?
It's elementary through high school. There is a survey component for elementary and middle school that is kind of like the career development plans that will introduce them to high-tech pathways at early levels so that they can then engage in those credentials and certificates in the middle and higher grades.
Thank you. A lot going on in our schools.
Just, my
Ms. White.
question was going to be about grade configuration, and cannot highly advocate enough for those middle school, late elementary, middle school years as the onboarding. I don't know how we structure those funds, but high school's too late.
Yep, absolutely. And we will make sure that in our conversations, there are a lot of reporting requirements in terms of quarterly reports, in terms of updates in progress and industry partners, and which credentials and certs they're aligning with. So we can make sure to ask those questions in the reporting, both the quarterly as well as their annual comprehensive report, to make sure that we are focusing also on those middle grades.
To emphasize Ms. White's point, we do hear as a board regularly that high school is too late, that we need to in fact engage these students earlier, or else they won't have the correct set of courses ready to go to move towards the goal that they have in mind. So it's
Absolutely.
that's a very important point. Are there other questions or comments for Dr. Barber? All right, not hearing any, thank you. Finally, Dr. Matt Hoskins is here to report on our 16th contract over $500,000, which is the Beginnings Outreach for Parents and Children who are Deaf or Hard of Hearing. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Good morning, Chair Davis, Superintendent Truitt. I am bringing forth a $1 million contract for additional funding for services provided by Beginnings for parents who are deaf or hard of hearing. This is specifically for parent outreach, specifically to those families that were affected by COVID-19. This is another one of those contracts where both the amount and the vendor were specified in the budget and in legislation. We did have a really good conversation with Beginnings around the scope of work. This is going to allow them to increase their FTE around parent educators by 2 additional people to provide 100 service hours and 100 indirect service hours to families of children. It will allow for them to create a lot of information to send out to families in text and video formats. And so we overall felt good about the work that they would be doing to support these families that were impacted by COVID-19 and would recommend the approval of this contract.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Dr. Hoskins? All right. With that, we have finished Biz Op 1.
And the board members did the way.
In what would not be described as record time. We now move to Biz Op 2. This is SB policy amendments modifications for allotment policy manual for under the ESSER 3 funding. We have several different categories, and rather than previewing, I'm going to let Catherine Clark in her first appearance. Of course, welcome. We're glad to have you here today to go through these categories of allotments that we have for things that come out of the ESSER 3 funding.
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you.
Welcome.
First up, we have PRC 188, which is going to fund the Summer Career Accelerator Program. The amount of funding to go out is $36,017,804. Lynn Barber with Office of Learning Recovery is the business owner, and this is specifically going to fund learning loss programs during summertime. Next up, we have PRC 189, Math Enrichment Programs. This is also funded at $36,017,804. Learning loss programs after school and on weekends. And Lynn Barber is also the business owner on this. Next up, PRC 191. These are grants for the identification and location of missing students. It's funded at $7,265,134. Rob Dietrich with Digital Teaching and Learning is the business owner. And the legislation did specify that the funds can be used for third-party technology or for outside personnel.
The open question on that was, and maybe perhaps Ms. White has that question. Well, the open question on that was, since the schools are already looking for these students and are best equipped to have the local sense of where they might be, are the local schools allowed to use any of those funds to locate any missing students?
We did send that question to the attorney, and they reviewed it and said that that is not an allowable use and that it has to be as the legislation dictated.
Okay, thank you for answering that question, Ms. White.
Define missing. I'm assuming this, just define, I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around this, so define missing.
I can let Rob speak to it, but the schools report students that are dropped out, that are considered dropout under your policy, and so we are using that data to allot the funds.
When schools report dropouts, they report a dropout rate, which most people are familiar with, at grades 6 through 13. They also report dropout counts, and those are the number of students that are missing from grades 1 through 13. And ideally, if a student is missing, then they would have been reported as a dropout because you couldn't find that student. So funds were allocated based on the count of dropouts that they had because they couldn't find those individual students. That was the best way I could find to define a missing student.
It is not defined in the statute.
No.
To answer Ms. White's
To answer Ms. White's question, that's
Yeah.
correct.
And so that's why you've been doing that work.
And that's why we did that work to determine that, because there was no definition for missing, so we had to use a baseline for something we already had.
I think the committee and staff, it's fair to say, have been grappling with exactly what this expenditure means and how it's faithfully utilized in a way that helps our students, but on the other hand, does not expend money that's not a productive use. And so it's a lot of work's been done by staff. I appreciate that. Dr. Oxendine.
I do. Now I have a question. So the way you described missing, and I understand that as it relates to dropout reports, so it is solely couched in the dropout prevention, missing?
In the missing, yes, ma'am. Like, again, the thought being that if a student is missing, I couldn't find that student.
Sounds like missing person.
So correct. And since it wasn't defined as we determined, the best way to do this was what metric do we have to internally that we could use for missing? And if I couldn't find a student, then I would say on the dropout reporting, this student is missing, and therefore I would have claimed them again for grades 1 through 13. Separate that with dropout rate. That's two different things of what we're talking about.
Absolutely, I get it.
Okay.
I think this is really good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair Duncan?
Yes.
I would just like to point out, I believe we have some districts with 0 missing students, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Do we know how many districts have 0 reporting?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
We may know.
That's marvelous.
There are 152 eligible. And that's PSU's total, correct?
PSUs, okay.
That's PSU's total.
Okay. Out of 5,200 schools?
PSU, so out of the 300
Districts in Georgia. It's a little over 300. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So roughly half, well, exactly half, if it's 152, would not receive any funds, and half would receive some funds.
Essentially, if they claim 0 kids missing, they don't need it.
Right.
They found them all.
Right.
All right. So this is a difficult one. So are there any other questions or comments that we've got on this? Again, I appreciate the work staff's been trying to do on it. I thought, Dr. Williams, just from the ground level, since you're working on this, do you have a comment on this?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of confusion swirls around, centers on the word missing because it has so many other connotations.
Yeah,
but
correct.
maybe not accounted for informatively, and then dropped is another word that could inspire a whole discussion, because we think about the dropout report at the end of the year summatively, but it's formative, and then we hear a student has moved but is not accounted for unless the school has requested records from out of state, and until that happens and it's confirmed, a student would be in this category, but it wouldn't be sort of the ominous scenario that might emerge in one's thoughts when they think about a missing child, a missing person. And it's not that generally, it's a matter of accounting for where that student is. Has a student entered another school out of state, out of country? Typically, we don't have many, but in situations out of international students, sometimes We've had that, there's a delay in reporting and requesting records from the new school. So, yeah, it's as he was saying it, but I think the confusion comes in with the terminology of the use of the word missing.
Is it fair to say your district does in fact seek to locate where students are?
Oh, absolutely.
And so you've already spent considerable time in tracking and knowing that?
Absolutely, through policy and procedure, but also down to the granular level of calling and doing home visits and everything.
And it's coming just recently from a PSU. It's finding missing students is 24 hours a day, 7 days. You're always looking for the students you can't find. I was having lunch one day somewhere, and so the person waiting on me was a missing student, and we made sure to get that student back in school. So when you're out there, you're constantly doing this work.
The student completely not accounted for in the traditional sense of, I think, what most people associate with the word missing is an almost never scenario, at least in my 30 years in the business. We keep going until we do locate. There's some coding that we're able to do for that student.
Thank you. Dr. Oxendine?
Just quickly, I'm dating myself, but years and years ago, I worked within the dropout prevention area, and we dealt with this issue. And believe it or not, we had a code for it. It was enrollment unaccounted, and that was part of the dropout report. And it was the first 20 days, everybody was busy locating students to drive down your rate.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this particular allocation? All right, Ms. Clark. Thank you, Dr. Dietrich, for that information. Please continue.
All right, next up we have PRC 194. This is for CTE for hospitality. It's $400,000, and Marty Toby is the business owner of this one. 195 is District and Regional Support School Improvement and Leadership Grants. It's $5 million, and Cynthia Martin with District and Regional Support is the business owner for this one. The schools that are eligible were specified in the legislation, and this is part of a larger $18 million program that was funded for Cynthia's section.
Is Dr. Martin still here? This is an important priority of the board, and I know she had a little bit more information about how this process was going to proceed. Could you just perhaps give us a 1 minute or so summary on this, Dr. Martin?
1 minute or so summary.
I know that's hard.
So
If
identify in the legislation were schools that are in the bottom 5%. And so what we did, and Title I, and there were some other qualifications, so went to accountability, got that list, came up with a formula to allot funds to these schools based on what school improvement initiatives that they may have going on. So we gave them a base number. We doubled the base if they were a care school, and then we did an allotment for their ADMs. We are in most of these schools and are able to support face-to-face, hands-on with them implementing whatever improvement initiative that they come up with. We are working with federal programs to review the applications and allot the money based on those applications in the CCIP system.
Thank you. That was an excellent job. And I think of our 400 and some lowest performing schools, we're able to provide this support to 72 of them?
It was about 72.
Yes.
Okay, 68 in 30 districts, so yes.
Very good.
Very
good. Thank you. And thank you for that additional context. Ms. Clark, back to you.
You're welcome. Next up, PRC 197. This is middle school reading. It's $2.5 million, and Lynn Barber is the business owner. The schools were specified in the legislation, and they are listed, and they will get $250 per ADM.
And are there any questions or comments on this one? I think the one question that came out of this one was, is the vendor, or is the schools able to select who the vendor would be for this? So, for example, it would line up with the Science of Reading initiative of the superintendent.
That's not a lot of work.
Yes, the schools will be able to choose the vendor. There are multiple options, and there is no exclusionary language. The allotment policy essentially outlines what was in the legislation.
Thank you, Dr. Barber.
Thank you.
I know that's a question that Jenny had. Then you have one more to go.
One more, and this is PRC 205, driver's training. You approved this on January 6th. We've changed the formula. It was a by application, and now it will be formula-based, distributed in the same way their current driver's ed funding is distributed.
Great. Any questions on that one? Well, for your first effort, it was a great job. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right, we now move to BizOp 3, which is a report to the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee on the Education Workforce Innovation Commission. This is an annual report. I think Ms. Jacqueline White, our Career Readiness Specialist on Career and Technical Education, is here to report on this.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, Vice Chairman Duncan, and members of the board. And thank you, Mr. Duncan, for the introduction. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I've had some technical issues this week with my sound, so that is good. Today we're talking about the Education and Workforce Innovation Commission's annual report to the JLEOC regarding their 2 grants. And sort of in line with today's lengthy presentation, all of my titles for my grants and my commission are also pretty lengthy, so bear with me. So the 2 grants are the Education and Workforce Innovation Program Fund, referred to as the EWIF, and the Career and Technical Education 6th and 7th grade expansion grant program, often colloquially referred to as the expansion grant, and certainly for the purposes of today's presentation. All right, so the commission is located administratively at DPI, but shall exercise its prescribed powers independently of the Department of Public Instruction, though the commission shall publish an annual report on the grant programs on or before April 30th of each year, which is to be submitted to the JLEOC and the State Board of Education. The report shall include an accounting of how funds and personnel resources were utilized for each program, each local program, and their impact on student achievement, retention, and employability. Perfect. So to talk about the Great Expansion Program a bit before we jump into the local reports, it was established to expand CTE programs by prioritizing the inclusion of 6th and 7th grade students. The implementation of this goal is through the employment of additional licensed personnel such as CTE teachers, career development coordinators, and other CTE support services personnel. As for the grant parameters for the 2021 and 2020-2021 year, the total funding for the grant was $1 million. Awards were made for up to $50,000 per applicant per year. The previous grant cycle was 2 years, 19 and 20, 20 and 21. And then the current grant cycle is 2021, 22, and 22, 23. So the commission really sticks to the 2-year grant cycle for both of their grants. All right, so that was a very brief synopsis on the Great Expansion Grant. So if you have any questions later on, I'm certainly able to answer any of those. To talk about the Education and Workforce Innovation Program Fund, or the EWIF, this grant was established to foster innovation in education that will lead to more students graduating college and career ready. Funds appropriated to the program shall be used to award competitive grants to an individual school, a local school administrative unit, or a regional partnership of more than one PSUs. The purpose is to advance comprehensive, high-quality education that equips teachers with the knowledge and skill required to succeed with all students. Next slide. Perfect, thank you. So the total funding for this grant is $1.8 million. The commission agreed to make each grant amount up to $60,000. So per applicant per year. Now this grant does have a 50% local match. So if someone gets the full 60,000, they should have proved in their application that they were able to also apply $30,000 from their own funds to the grant. So just like the Great Expansion Grant, the previous grant cycle was 2 years, so 19 and 20, and 20 and 21. So to talk about the content of the report, the most prominent trend for both grants was that the pandemic impacted everyone's ability to carry out grant initiatives per their original program proposal. However, PSUs did become quite creative in order to maintain and cater programs to their circumstances and local needs. Planning and in some cases program implementation did continue for all recipients, with many reporting that they use online measures to connect students to the resources they needed to continue learning and engaging in the programs. This includes districts increasing planning time and submitting budget amendments to better serve students by changing aspects of their programs to fit evolving needs, such as increased online components, purchasing materials for future use, and increasing planning periods to allow for time and space, social distancing for students. An example of a budget amendment under the EWIF grant program that I'd like to highlight, because I think they did a really great job, is Cherokee County Schools. So for them, many of their program expenses actually fell under COVID support funds, and they were able to better utilize their grant program, their grant funds by shifting software costs to hardware costs. So Cherokee County Schools was able to use a software already needed for the district and purchased as a result of COVID-19 for the purposes of the grant as well, which saved them grant funds. They submitted a budget amendment request to make immediate purchases in another area of need. And it was a significant area of need because it came to student safety. They were able to purchase 5 specific drones. So their program is about drone education, and with their budget amendment, they were able to purchase 5 specific drones as recommended in the updated CTE equipment and supply list in preparation for their fall 2022 Drone Technology 1 course and as part of their program. These are key to the safety of their operation because they did have a mishap with one of their drones and an older battery, which caught fire when there were no students around. So they were very thankful for that budget amendment, and we were happy to see, them able to make this budget amendment in such an area of need. So that's a success story, in my opinion. All right, slide 9, perfect. So most grant recipients for both grants reported innovative strategies for continuing the programs. They worked with so for EWIF specifically, this is sort of, I'd like for you to think of this program as a triangle, and the top point of the triangle is the high school. The bottom point is local business, and then the other bottom point is a higher education institution. So that could be a community college, university. And so these 3 entities work together in partnership to form these grants. We saw a lot of community leadership with these grants during COVID-19 and in the future. With the community colleges or the colleges saying, we'll move these courses online. The businesses saying, we will still work with you. We'll come up with other ways for students to, tour our facility or listen to our speakers, even if that's online or in moderation, so that we can cater to social distancing. So I saw a lot of really, really great stuff there. With the nature of EWIF, the EWIF program being so vast, many recipients were unable to carry out the face-to-face aspects of their programs, but reported diligence in planning and purchasing for the purposes of the grant, which I did see that a lot too. It's important to note that the recipients have 5 years to spend the funds, so a lot of them turned to planning versus immediate implementation. All right. So thank you for your time today. I can now answer any questions regarding the commission or the 2 grants that you might have.
Are there any questions or comments about this report? All right, not hearing any. Thank you very much, Ms. White, for this report and for the work that's being done in this area. We now go to BizOp 4 and call on Dr. Lynn Harvey, our Director of School Nutrition and District Operations, and this is a moment when she can come and give us a little bit of good news.
Always happy to do that. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and good morning, everyone. As we know, supply chain disruptions have impacted us all. We simply need to walk into a local grocery store and see limitations on products, both in the type of products and the quantity of products, as well as increased costs. We have seen significant disruptions as well in the K-12 school nutrition marketplace. And for 2 years, our school nutrition heroes, thank you for referring to those local leaders as heroes this morning, our school nutrition heroes have remained resilient and resourceful in receiving whatever they could to put meals together for children. So the menus may look somewhat different, but the menus have always remained nutritious and appealing for students. Our partners at the USDA have recognized the strain caused by the supply chain issues and have provided for state agencies discretionary grants that may be provided to our eligible subrecipients. In this case, those subrecipients would include school food authorities that participate in the National School Breakfast and School Lunch programs and are in compliance with those programs. So we'll be making recommendations today for 200 of those subrecipients. The amount awarded to North Carolina is $28 million approximately. The distribution of those funds is prescribed by federal guidance. The distribution will include a $5,000 minimum grant for each eligible school food authority, plus additional funds based upon the individual ADM. That ADM is reflective as of October of 21. In order to receive these funds, the school food authorities and their accompanying boards of education, boards of directors, will be required to sign an attestation form indicating that the school food authority does indeed need the funding, are having some financial challenges, agrees to purchase only minimally processed products, not quick prepared, ready to serve products, but minimally processed. We think this is going to be very favorable for us as we come into the spring growing season. We'd like to see a lot of these funds going to purchase those freshly prepared, freshly grown fruits and vegetables for our local farms. And then the last component of attestation would be that they would comply with all of the regulatory requirements for accountability on the funds. So you have that list available to you, and we respectfully request your approval of the distribution plan.
Thank you for that report of good news and helping at a time when that kind of good news is needed with the supply chain disruptions that have gone on. Are there any questions or comments on this particular item?
And Mr. Duncan, I would add, we don't see the supply chain disruptions coming to an end anytime soon. So we look forward to keeping you informed about what the needs are of the sustainability of our school nutrition program. We're going to continue to seek federal waivers to support maximum resources and maximum flexibility for those programs, but we'll keep you informed as we go forward.
Yeah, we ask you to please keep us informed on those things. Obviously, getting good nutrition to our students is of tremendous importance to our
Absolutely.
board.
Every child in our state, we believe, depends upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to BizOp 5, which is ESSER 3 budget considerations, use of administrative funds, and Ms. Schaus is going to help us through something that's a little bit complicated, so we have a full understanding. So,
thank you.
Thank you for leading us in this.
Yeah, so before I start, recognizing that when it comes to ESSER funds, you are receiving recommendations and requests for approvals from many different areas. You just heard from the contracts area and the allotment policy area, as well as we have some positions. So at the request of the Vice Chair, I'm providing kind of a very short overview of these ESSER pieces. ESSER is made up of the three pieces, and much of this might be kind of a review, but I think periodically it probably benefits all. So the state aid that must go out to the public school units is at a minimum 90%, and this is for all ESSER money, ESSER 1, 2, and 3. And that the formula for that 90% is defined by the federal legislation, as well as the allowable uses. The second piece is state administration, and that is that states by the federal law that it cannot exceed 0.5% of that additional 10% that is left over. And the costs that are allowable under the administration are really for the operation and the administering of the grant. So these include our accountants, monitoring and compliance, internal audit, our HR, IT support, as well as indirect costs. And then the third piece is kind of the remainder, which is the state leadership. And these are the remaining funds that cannot exceed in total 10%, and are for programs that are defined at the state level. So the federal law requires that all these funds be kind of allocated under that under those three areas. When we break down ESSER 1, you're going back to 2020, the federal law requires that all those funds had to be encumbered by that 1 year mark of receiving the funds. And we did so, and any kind of the remaining unallotted balances that we had, and some of it was just the difference between what was budgeted and actually needed, was appropriated out to the, allotted out to the public school units so that we avoided any reversion of those funds to the federal government. And we did that in financial business services under the authority of the state board. For ESSER 2, the federal law was kind of similar, but a little bit kinder, I guess. It said that by that year that there had to be a plan for the use of all the entire grant. Last board meeting in February, or actually I believe it was in January, this board approved that final plan of kind of some remaining funds that we had left over. And we have all those funds secured so that we will not have any of those reversions, whether that is allocating out kind of those differences in that state aid piece or utilizing them with our administration bucket. For the ESSER 3, the state law, not federal law, states that the funds are to be obligated by March 15th. It does use the term encumbered, but discussing with fiscal research staff, it's due to the nature of these funds, it's kind of a defined plan of use and an obligation of those funds. So DPI finance staff has been working amongst us, as well as with our program staff, to ensure that we have all of those 36 line items kind of executed. You saw a lot of those contracts today, the allotment policies. They will go out to the public school units, and so we do not have a line item that we have not successfully kind of got down the road and with a defined plan to that use. The law does state, the state law does state that if there are funds that do not have a plan for use or have not been obligated by that March 15th, that they shall be used to cover any difference between the appropriation and the actual cost for the $1,000 bonus that went out to all the teachers and instructional support that had completed certain training requirements. At this time, we don't have those final numbers. Those payments were made out in January, and we are still getting some adjustments to those records. So we hope that within the next 30 to 45 days, we will have the final accounting from the public school units to know if there is a shortfall, and if there is, how much that is. So those are kind of, hopefully, Vice Chair Duncan, that is kind of the overview that you were expecting. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions on that. But we are still, kind of implementing the 36 line items as well as all the other line items that we have with the ESSER 1 and the ESSER 2. So it is quite a challenge. So getting to why I'm standing before you today is to request that out of the ESSER 3 that we have the authority to utilize administration money. So there is $18 million, some of which have already been identified for accounting services, monitoring, compliance, etc. But that we use some of that remaining funds for some leadership items, as well as some administration items. So going through each of these items, the details under Section A is requesting for administration funds to be shifted over to leadership. The first item is to request it's $35,608. This actually is to ensure that that the state is in compliance with a 1% minimum on certain categories to be in compliance with the federal requirement on the use of leadership funds. A.2 is $158,800 to ensure that the appropriation that was for an allotment is sufficient to meet the requirements of the state law. A.3 is a request for $2.9 million for 8 positions to support all the IT projects that are funded from the ESSER 3 appropriations and or are in response to COVID. There is, as you can see with all the contracts that were presented to you and some of those allocations, there are a lot of IT projects. And so our Chief Information Officer has requested these positions to enable the successful implementation of those projects. A.4 is $1.7 million to fully fund the 14 FTE of the District and School Transformation personnel, and for their operating of the operating funds for these personnel. You can see here that those district and school transformation personnel are actually funded through a kind of a hodgepodge of ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. There is in ESSER 3 a maximum of $2 million out of the $18 million that we heard about before that may be used for positions, and this will not be sufficient to fully fund those positions through September 30th, 2024. So that is the you can see the difference there, and that is the request for that. So the total amount that is being requested for transfer from the administration to state leadership is $4.8 million. The second part, being Section B, is a request for administration funds for the purpose of administration of $534,000 for DPI software and licenses so that it will assist us in the administration of the ESSER funds. So those are actually true administration funds.
All right, are there questions on any of these items? Or obviously the background you provided is extraordinarily helpful to make sure we understand in terms of exactly where we are in the spending and how we need to proceed. And we need to go ahead and make these decisions by the March 15th date. So that background helps clarify that. Are there any questions on any of these items that are set out for expenditures to complete things that we are in process with or in need of? All right, not hearing any. Thank you, Michelle. As always, a concise explanation of the unfathomable. We are now at BizOps 6, which is the School Business Systems Modernization Annual Report and Update. And we have Mr. Barry Pace here to present this.
I'm going to lead off today.
Oh, very good.
And then I will turn it over to Barry Pace, but I thought it would be good to do a quick reminder of what is the modernization program, what is the purpose, and what are we trying to accomplish. So I'm very pleased to bring this to you today and have some reminders of what this actually means. The purpose of school business modernization is solely designed to improve our current systems and provide financial and information transparency. And this work involves modernizing our school systems, enterprise resource planning software systems. That's often referred to as ERP. And so what does ERP mean? And it's a software program, which is usually process program, that is what is used to manage finances and human resource operations across the state. And also, pursuant to Session Law 2017-57, we also have to modernize our agency process improvement with information and financial systems. So that is the whole purpose of these funds. And so we have been working at this since the fall of 2017. However, as you know, we went through a bit of a budget pause, and now that we have a budget, we are in earnest back at the work of systems modernization. And I'm really happy now to say that we do have a new director of modernization, and that is Mr. Barry Pace, and he's going to bring for you today the current landscape, some accomplishments, and where we are today and where we're headed. So thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pace.
Thank you, Dr. Wren, for that introduction, and welcome, Mr. Pace. Very glad to have you. Look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Duncan. I'm excited to be back at the department. I served 2008 to 2014 as State E-Rate Coordinator and with Connectivity Services, so I'm excited about helping the districts and the charters across the state with this project. So, Chairman Davis, I listened intently to your opening remarks there, and I was touched by you mentioning heroes. So, if you'll indulge me, I want to just take a moment to recognize the heroic efforts of the payroll staffs in all of the PSUs. Obviously, the last couple of payrolls have been possibly the most challenging ever. And I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the HR staffs and all that they've been through trying to retain, hire, and train new staff. At the same time, I've got to talk about the Power School coordinators and everything that they've been through, getting asked for 10 times the amount of reports and accurately entering all the information that has come to the forefront because of the pandemic. All the way down to the schools, so those payroll clerks at the school level who have also served as COVID coordinators for the people that they make sure the hours are dotted perfectly on. So, and I'm also a former IT director for McDowell and Buncombe, so I have to say how much I appreciate and want to recognize the IT staffs in the PSUs who are now managing double the number of student devices. And, of course, I want to finish with the school nutrition who are making and delivering the meals, and the custodians who are cleaning miles, and maintenance staff that are cleaning miles of surfaces, and our bus drivers, substitutes, everybody. And I'm sorry, I apologize to any classified staff and support staff that I failed to mention. So with that, the last 2 years have been hard, and change is difficult, especially changing systems that have been in place for decades. And ultimately, this monumental effort to modernize our aging and highly customized student, HR, finance, licensure, and other information systems should be focused on making it more feasible, more possible for the people that we've mentioned to help teachers teach and students learn. So with that, let's get into this presentation. So Session Law 2017-57 ushered in a directive for the department to take on essentially 5 tasks: to modernize state and local education, financial, human capital, and school information systems, provide a common reporting system and analytics system, integrate financial, payroll, human resources, and related human capital systems through the use of ERP, that's been mentioned, via internet-based software as a service programs, and make enhancements to existing local systems, or both, and then link the state licensure system with the upgraded local systems. So with that, there was an appropriation in 2017 of $19 million, followed by $8.8 million originally. And then we had a period of time where there was no budget for this project. And then this year, with 2021-180 session law, $86.5 million was appropriated for the biennium. Originally, estimates for this modernization was somewhere in between $150 million and $250 million. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. With this slide, and if you refer to page 8 in the legislative update, you'll see a specific definition for each one of these icons related to defining modern. Real quickly, a modern system would be internet-based, cloud-based, would be secure, flexible, agile, would have the ability to configure it within the commercial product, or with the off-the-shelf product, if you will, highly configurable within that boundary, and agile development to keep up with changing times, and would also be easy to use from a front end, user-friendly, and dashboards where you can get the information that you need quickly and easily. And in the future, that information might even come in the form of an audio query where you ask the system for specific information related to specific grade levels or students, and it builds that from your voice and delivers that information to you. Those are some of the tenets of defining what a modern system would look like. This slide simply represents the goal of pulling all of the information from HR, finance, the SIS, and operations into a single operational data store that we're calling the Integrated Operational Data Store. Pulling all that information in, making it accessible, allowing it to send information to the CEDARS reporting data warehouse so that accurate information is always available, always up to date, and available for whatever stakeholders need that information. So it just kind of gives you a graphical picture of what pulling that information looks like. I know, in Buncombe, I would be asked, how many doors do you have? On multiple occasions for different reasons. So it would be great to know that in addition to Buncombe having 8,000 doors, that we know how many on average across the state or per building, etc. So let's talk about the accomplishments as of February 2022. So on the financial side, we have consolidated 3 separate agency grant systems into one system, CCIP, and that now is the source where grant award notifications reach the PSUs. We've consolidated all of the servers that were AS400 mainframe systems to the cloud. We have Swain and Union in production for enterprise resource planning on the financial side with Tyler Technologies. And then on the HR and finance side, we have the PSU applicant tracking system up and running. That's paid for from the middle. Originally, that was IntelliGlance, Teacher Match, and now is Unified Talent from PowerSchool. Currently, there are 12 districts and 12 charter schools up and live on Unified Talent. And we currently have 88 districts and 126 charter schools signed up for training for onboarding. So the movement to Unified Talent is well in progress. We also have Gaston and New Hanover County Schools in production on the ERP side for both HR and financials. Also, definitely want to mention the Say Something anonymous reporting system. It is saving lives. You see some statistics up there through April of 2021. But as someone who worked in a PSU and was on the team that received those reports and worked to quickly respond and communicate addresses and phone numbers, I can tell you it definitely is making a difference and saving lives. So wonderful to see that progress. Also, we have begun phasing out some legacy DPI servers and Apex applications, and so that process is ongoing and still much work to be done. Next slide. So let's talk about the ERP modernization goals. So obviously we want to update to a modern cloud-based financial and HR systems. There was a goal of pilots informing future implementations by generating templates. They were often referred to as golden template or golden templates. I'm going to call them templates because we have learned that there are a lot of differences from PSU to PSU, from vendor to vendor. So I'm going to use the word templates moving forward here. The opt-in contract, the convenience contract, was awarded to Tyler Technologies for Munis and Cherry Road Technologies as an integrator for Oracle Cloud ERP. That was a convenience contract, so the PSUs had the flexibility of choice to choose that contract, based on convenience. And so that contract was an original 5-year term expiring April of 2024. There are optional renewals of 3, 2, and 1 years. And obviously we wanted to use the templates to reduce friction and accelerate movement towards migration. Right. Next slide. So these are charts that give you a timeline representation of where we are with the ERP pilots. So the first is with Cherry Road Technologies as an integrator for Oracle Cloud ERP. And you can see from the chart that Gaston County Schools is the only district of the 4 pilots that is live in production with both HR and financials. Okay. Next slide. On the next slide, you see the first part of 10 pilot PSUs with Tyler Munis. And on the Tyler side, we have New Hanover County Schools that is live in production for both HR and financials. And then we also have 2 PSUs that are partial. That would be Union and Swain. The other districts you see with go-live dates out further on the timeline. So I will add to these slides that both vendors have had 3 districts decide to cancel the project, and a lot of things went into that decision. Obviously, the global pandemic played a significant role, staff turnover, etc. So moving on to the next slide. We have a status check, and obviously, mentioned some of the challenges. PSUs were originally challenged by the total cost of ownership to modernize. They're also were hesitant to go first due to the complexities of North Carolina K-12 HR and finance. And then COVID, of course, came along. We learned that a virtual implementation is much more difficult than having folks on the ground, staff from the vendors on site, and support on site. You make, eye contact, and you make relationships, and you understand the communication to a degree that just isn't possible with a fully virtual implementation. And we've already talked, of course, about some of the unique payrolls that we've had. The data there on that slide that I want to point out, moving on to the next bullet, is that we do have other ERP systems currently in the state, and I wanted to give you the numbers. We're obviously working on transparency, and so I want to make sure I'm communicating accurate information. We currently have 80 districts in North Carolina that use Link. 79 of those districts are on-prem Link V6. 1 district, Ashe County Schools, is up and running on Link ERP on the financial side, and this week they are planning to kick off or launch Link ERP on the HR side, which Link ERP is the cloud-based version of ERP that Link offers since summer of 2021. We have 200 charter schools that are Link ERP today, 2 charter schools that are still on Link V6 on-premise, and 2 charter schools that use other solutions. On the Serenic side, we have 30 districts, and those districts are using SunPack. So if you have heard the term SunPack before. But that was bought and owned by Serenic. Serenic does offer a cloud-based ERP solution and has for several years under the Serenic brand. Okay, next slide. HRMS. None of us could have predicted that HRMS would be getting close to 40 years old. I started when SIMS was in place, and remember some of the challenges with SIMS and support being in Canada and all of those things. I was also NCY's Wave 1 in McDowell, and so enjoyed creating those training videos and going through that process. And then the move to Power School. And you know, obviously a 40-year window is a long duration for any software application. So we are working to sunset HRMS, but we still have a couple of dozen PSUs that are using it for production and others using it for historical data. And Microsoft Internet Explorer is going away, and that's what the application is that has accessed HRMS for all these years. I do want to point out that you can use Edge to do everything that is necessary and needed in HRMS today, and we are communicating with the PSUs so that they know if they set Edge's compatibility mode to IE5 compatibility mode, that they can suppress warnings and continue to use HRMS past the date that Microsoft eliminates Internet Explorer. But we need to move, and obviously that's going to be a part of this process. Okay, next slide. So let's talk about the new cloud-based ERP grants. So the session law, section 7.79, establishes grants for PSUs opting out of the plan, opting out of the convenience contract vendors. And it requires that the PSU use an internet-based business system for HR and finance. And it basically, NCDPI must establish a grant program in this fiscal year so that moving forward, PSUs that want to opt out of the plan can apply for those grants. And so we are working on the process. Obviously, I'm not applying pressure on any PSU to make a decision hastily. With this and with the pilots, every PSU needs to look at where they are and look at all the information that we are providing related to the pilot districts, the information that we're going to provide in the coming weeks regarding new MOU process for the convenience contract, and the information that will be available in the coming weeks regarding the grants program, and then make a wise decision about which ERP solution is best and what their time frames are for moving ERP systems. So that's the work that is currently ongoing. And that brings us to our wrap up and next steps. So you can go ahead to the next slide. Obviously, we are right now engaged with providing support, on-site support, bringing additional on-site resources and support to the two districts that are going and are live on both HR and financials. So that's Gaston County Schools and New Hanover County Schools. So that's our current focus. Also documenting the implementation lessons learned and working on the template process so that we are informing and supporting those future go-live decisions and setting realistic expectations, accurate information and realistic expectations. That involves communicating. I presented at NC-ASBO. I'm going to be presenting at the Personnel Administrators Conference coming up and getting information out with our monthly updates. I'm also going to be conducting a needs assessment survey of all the HR and finance officers. That survey should go out in the next week. We're going to be announcing pertinent rollout updates with the MOU process, announcing the specifics regarding the grant application process. Of course, that will be vendor agnostic. You see there, must be cloud-based, secure, and able to send data to the state. And then I'm encouraging everybody to take a look, and we're going to be communicating specifics regarding what data cleansing, clean your data, clean your data, clean your data, and getting ready for migration. So obviously renewing our focus on the modernization effort now that the General Assembly has allocated funding. With that,
thank you for that
take any
report.
questions.
Are there any questions or comments? This item is a recommendation to forward the report, the annual report that's due to the General Assembly, and thank you for providing this information. Questions, comments? All right, not hearing any. Appreciated your first presentation. It's glad to have you back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we now move on to BizOp 7, which is state reserve funds for transporting students experiencing homelessness and in foster care. I think we start with Ms. Tina Letchworth on this item. And I'd ask the remaining presenters, unfortunately, to be mindful of time because we're using up a lot of it through no one's fault. We just have a lot of information to get through today. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, Vice Chairman Duncan, Superintendent Truitt, Lieutenant Governor Robinson, and advisors and others of the board. I'm Lisa Phillips. I'm your state coordinator for homeless education, and I'm joined by my colleague, Sarah Bigley, who is our point of contact for foster care. We are representing our Director of Federal Programs, Dr. Townsend, for today's presentation. Sorry.
Thank you. So in terms of our overview and in the essence of time, for a funding description, our North Carolina legislature has allotted additional state reserve funds for transporting students experiencing homelessness, defined as McKinney-Vento, and those in foster care. The funding must be applied for or waived by all public school units, and it is available from July 1 through June 30th annually for each school year. The purpose of the funding is to provide a grant opportunity to cover the extraordinary costs for transporting our students experiencing homelessness and those in foster care. The grant is provided to all PSUs, including charter schools, beginning this year, the 2021-2022 school year. So in terms of the timeline for all PSUs, the state reserve funds were received in January, and we immediately began developing the application, technical assistance webinars, and the recommendation process. We then provided the technical assistance sessions on February 1 and February 2. The application to apply for the funds opened February 1 and closed on February 8th. And then we move forward with recommendations.
There were a total of 63 applications that were successfully submitted to our office. Of those, we had 19 that could not be accepted because they did not have extraordinary cost in transporting. They didn't have any. That's typically like your charter schools. From that, we had a total of 44 applications that were eligible for funding, and that's who we're recommending today to receive funds. The total amount of the extraordinary cost that those 44 districts had incurred was $6.5 million. And based on the legislation, we're only allowed to give them up to 50% of those funds. We are able to award each of them 43.1% of their extraordinary costs. Like I said, we can't go over the 50%, we can only go up to that, which means that the money that we received from the state, we're allowed to give out $2.8 million. Actually, let me say that again. It's $2,800,000 $820,329.28. And so therefore, we're recommending that all of the districts that did apply, the 44, that they receive those funds.
All right, thank you. And let me just say a special word on behalf of the Board of Thanks to you, Ms. Phillips, and you, Ms. Bigley, for the work that you do with our homeless students and our foster care students. That's extremely important work. It's very much valued by the board, and y'all are stalwarts in that effort. So I want to say thank you, not just for this report, but for the very conscientious efforts and work that you do on behalf of the children in our state who really have lots of challenges to deal with, and you support it. Thank you. Are there questions, comments on this report? All right, not seeing any. Thank you very much, and we will take that up as an action item tomorrow.
And thank you for your support. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Biz Op 8, 9, and 10 are consent items. On Biz Op 8, we've set aside about 2 minutes for Ms. Shaw Coltrane. We typically get a report on the Legislative Oversight Committee on Advanced Placement in International Baccalaureate. So although it's a consent item, we have set aside about 2 minutes to just update, because this is an area that we typically are able to get an update.
Hello, everybody. This report basically shows all of the money that we gave to bonuses for teachers who had students who made certain scores for advanced placement, international baccalaureate, and Cambridge exams. This is the allocated amounts by district you'll see in the report from DPI to the districts. We don't yet know how much was given from LEAs to teachers, but that is the amount that was given. We do have the exams. If students meet a certain score, teachers do receive $50 per qualifying exam, with a max of $3,500 per teacher. The report every year, as you can see, thank you, Deanna, the total was about $3.6 million this year, and we remain grateful for finance for helping us make that happen. The report does ask for research and evaluation around teacher retention. My division does not have the capacity to do that. However, now that we have an Office of Learning, Recovery, and Research, et cetera, we'll be asking them to see if they can do that for us for next year. But we've also never been questioned on that at all. I'm assuming teachers appreciate the bonus. Any questions?
This is excellent. I think you did under 2 minutes, so that's really well done.
I try to serve.
All right. I don't know. Let's make sure if there's any questions.
Okay.
Any questions or comments? All right. Well, you were right all along. You should have been. Thank you very much. And thank you for doing it so efficiently. Biz Op 9 is our report to the JLEOC on credential bonus report. That's a consent item. You'll recall we heard that report last month. It was presented to us. Biz Op 10 is certification of 2 new finance officers, which is a routine matter for us. Although not routine out in the field, because finding good finance officers has become a tremendous challenge, so we should all be very conscious and aware of that. On a monthly budget report, I believe Ms. Schaus has already covered, unless anyone has a specific question about the budget report itself. Not hearing any. We also had contracts, proposed contracts and executed contracts. I've not heard of any questions for those. So I'm pausing for a moment in case there are any. All right, end of pause. We don't have any questions on that, so those are approved. That leaves us with one last report, the implementation report on CARES Act and ESSER funds. And I believe Drs. Townsend and Marr will help lead us through, or maybe just Dr. Marr.
Yes, sir. So we have roughly 5 outstanding updates for the remainder of the CARES and SRSA updates. So today we're going to bring you 2 of those 5 and then bring you another 3 likely next month. So today, the 2 you'll hear from are Dr. Martin is going to talk about the funds and the work that's being done by District and School Transformation. And then Dr. Korn will come up and talk briefly about the qualitative research that we put out using ESSER 2 funding. So, Dr. Martin.
So yes, as we have been describing all throughout the day, we've been talking about the model, the transformation model within district and regional support. At the heart of that model, we have 14 school leadership positions, and these positions serve in 78 schools across 24 districts. These coaches are assigned at a 1/6 ratio, one coach for 6 schools. We currently have one vacancy as of February 28th due to a retirement. Interviews for the vacant position will occur next week. The school leadership's coach's main role is to build leadership capacity, to support the school improvement planning process, and to provide professional development and professional support. Since September of 2021, these coaches have spent 3,787 hours engaged either in face-to-face, by phone, or virtually supporting their principals. The top 4 areas of support include instructional leadership, data-informed decision-making, school improvement planning, and PLC and other team structures. And just to make a connection, all of these areas of support are the focus of the North Carolina Instructional Leadership Academy. Can I answer any questions? Before I get any questions, let me just say that we are in 78 schools and 24 districts, but there are 488 low-performing schools. So can I answer any questions?
Thank you for that reminder at the end. It's a very important reminder to all of us. And so just how much more we have to do in this area, and the many schools that can benefit from the support that you and your staff are providing. So thank you for that work. Are there questions or comments for Dr. Martin?
And thank you for the funding. The first round was $4.5 million. The second round was 2.3. And as Alexis shared, the shortfall for these 14 positions hopefully will be met when you all vote.
Very good. All right, not hearing any questions. Thank you for that report. I think we have one more. Dr. Korn. Welcome.
Is it still morning? Good morning? Good afternoon. No, it's afternoon. Okay, just a quick update. The Office of Learning and Recovery brought to you a request to use a little bit of remaining ESSER dollars in response to some of the questions you all were asking about elevating voice of parent, of teacher, of student, as a result of participating in some of the summer programs, that we had a lot of quantitative data, and so our response to that was to use some of the funding that was remaining to identify qualitative research studies. I also wanted to let the board know we are thrilled to announce that we've just hired a new qualitative researcher to be part of our team, who's going to be leading and owning this part of the work. She's here. I just saw her come in. Erin Manuel. Oh, there you are. Over on the side. She comes from Lee County Schools. She was the at-risk coordinator for Lee County. And Erin, did you stand up? Yes, so she's our newest member of the team, and just really excited about the opportunity for OLR to serve in this role as a research resource, both inside the department and more broadly to our PSUs. So we now have a quantitative research expert in the department and a qualitative research expert that can help both leadership at the state level, inside DPI, serve the board, as well as our PSUs think about how to use both quantitative data to kind of help us understand what's going on with the pandemic, and then have that qualitative component too to better understand the narratives. So this particular research study, what we've decided to do was award 4 region-based qualitative studies, and we're partnering with 4 of our in-state institutions. So we've got ECU and the Rural Education Institute will be serving the eastern part of the state, regions 1 and State Board regions 1 and 2. We have UNC Chapel Hill has a partnership with Dogwood Trust and will be serving the western part of the state, regions 7 and 8. And then we've got NC State is going to be focused on regions 3 and 4, the Triangle, and then UNCG Serve is going to be serving the Piedmont. And so what we'll be doing is kind of thinking about how we might partner across those institutions and bring stories to the board that really help, again, tell that story and lift that narrative and these researchers will be focused on the student voice, the teacher voice, administrator voice, and parents.
Questions or comments on this? Yes, Ms. White.
I'm hoping this is going to fall within her umbrella, but one of the questions that has bubbled up for me in the past few months with very aggressive approval of contracts specifically designated for the identification of strategies implementing statewide for learning loss. Coming from multiple sources and wanting to make sure that while those funds have been channeled to us, that we have a way to monitor, manage, and evaluate where all of those different things are going. And I'm a champion for autonomy at the local level. But I want to make sure that we have a broader, overarching filter so that when those individual PSUs are administering those dollars, that they fall within some sort of framework. I'm channeling my inner Greg Alcorn because he'd be sitting in this seat saying, hey, what's our return on investment? What's our return on investment? And the easiest way to say it is I want to make sure that we're just not dumping dollars and that we have some sort of, I guess, a framework, an umbrella for everything that we're doing to make sure that we're just not pouring dollars and not getting any return.
We need you on our committee because that's exactly what we work on not doing. That is not dumping dollars that aren't getting a return. And so I don't know if you want to address, it's not really completely up your alley, but you may want to address that, Dr. Coyne.
But we've been working part of that, the framework, the logic model framework really tries to identify what are those big buckets of interventions that as a state we recognize has that kind of biggest potential for biggest bang for the buck. But I could not agree more that a huge priority for us at the Office of Learning Recovery, at the board table, has to be kind of recognizing the cost and the benefits that go along and some sort of systemic approach for monitoring and tracking that. I think it's a huge priority, and Greg Alcorn was somebody that I really respected, always asking us that question about what is our return on an investment as a state, and something that our office absolutely will be bringing to the board recommendations and requests for how we might do that over the next couple of years.
Thank you. And we should give a shout out, if you will, to compliance and monitoring, because a great deal of effort's being done on compliance and monitoring to make sure the money is going to what it's supposed to be going to, which is part of also would fall under the heading of your concern that you expressed. And we all should remember some of this money was designated to specific places. So, for example, the Office of Learning and Recovery was not in a position to make a designation as to all the money. But they want to make the best uses of whatever those designations are and the ones they have better control over. And you may want to comment on that.
Correct, sir. We have been trying to build in requirements around demonstrating continuous improvement, demonstrating impacts, tracking some of those outputs and outcomes as part of the ESSER 3, where we were able really to partner with so many people kind of sitting behind me to make sure that as we were allocating the ESSER 3 funds, as the General Assembly put in the recent budget, that we were able to build in some of those requirements. So we should, again, in a systematic way, not making it haphazard, but how is that helping us understand how students are being re-engaged in their schools? How, are they pretty specific outcomes that we've identified as an agency?
Other questions or comments? All right. Well, with that, and with thanks to the board and all here for their patience, and throughout this, we are done.
Thank you, Vice Chair Duncan. I now recognize Mr. Reginald Keenan, Chair of the Healthy Responsible Students Committee. Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, today we have an action item which will be discussed tomorrow, but we have the consolidated data report that we're required to annually present to the General Assembly. And then today we'll have Ms. Karen Furley to sort of briefly take us through it. It's a lot of information, but because of time, we need to see highlights and we go from there. Ms. Furley.
Good afternoon. I'm here with Ms. Fairley. This is Dr. Taylor. We know that last month, and good morning, Superintendent Truitt, Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, and members of the board. We know last month we got a little sidetracked with the evacuation, so we had to amend some of the things that we talked about. So we were asked to come back and share some additional data and really answer some questions that the board may have had surrounding the CDR data and some of the things that we're doing to mitigate it. We know that there are going to be a lot of questions around the social emotional piece, so we'll do as much as we can to answer that. So what we want to do today is give Ms. Farrell an opportunity to look at, give a cursory review of the data that we've already discussed. She'll talk about some trends in the data that she's been able to identify. I'll share some things about the social emotional impact and some of the needs that we may recognize and how we may mitigate that. Then she'll come back and talk some about tracking the crime report outside of the school district. We were asking questions about that during the committee meeting. As well, she provides some information on the unacceptable behavior. There were a substantial amount of questions surrounding that. That I'll come back and end with some things on some policy development and the code of conduct that were addressed to us. So, Ms. Fairley,
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, and Lieutenant Governor, and all the board. So if we can go to slide 12. Yeah, thank you. And so here we're, one of the things that we did not, I guess, cover in the detail that you needed was as it relates to the trends. And so what we saw was that based even on COVID, the numbers are lower, but we still saw that there was disparity in who was short-term and long-term suspended. And so we understand and we're working with districts to help them as it relates to that, including training. And so the last time I was here, I told you that we intended to start that with a behavioral threat assessment training for the 23rd of February. We did host that. We had 185 participants with regards to that behavioral assessment training. We did that with Sigma being the trainer. And so what we're doing now as it relates to these trends, as we're trying to identify what some needs are and then move forward in developing something that will address that. And so next week, with the help of RTI, and I keep saying RTI because in 2019, I wrote a grant to work with RTI to kind of develop it, and then COVID hit. But they will be sending out on our behalf a needs, school safety needs assessment that will go out next week. It is completed, and it will go out to superintendents, principals, and school safety directors. And so that will be done next week. And that would help us to identify some of the issues as it relates to the disparity. Dr. Taylor, do you want to go on to social emotional, or do you want me to just keep going? Okay. All right. Oh, do you have any questions before that part? We're kind of tag teaming. All right.
thank you. So we know the big question surrounds the social emotional impact and how we mitigate that, and those are questions that we continue to get, and how that actually impacts the CDR data. Part of that is we've got to ask ourselves, what do we already know? And we're getting this from the field. About 30% or 40% of the students have experienced negative impacts in terms of mental and social health. So we already know that's part of what we're seeing. We know that students who with extended remote learning time have experienced negative impacts as well. The Office of Learning Recovery is collecting a lot of data concerning those students that perform well and did not perform well. We've got to be able to connect that with what we know about the social emotional impact. So part of that we do know. We already knew that anxiety and suicide was on the rise that was pre-pandemic, and so we've still got to figure those things out in terms of how that's impacted students when they were out. What we don't know is that there's still no clear data on the social emotional impact. That is why you guys ask those questions. That is what the field has to continue to try and determine. What does that look like? I think the big part that the board wants to know is how are we going to mitigate all of these things? What is it that we need to know to implement quality interventions? And so that's something that's going to take time for us to figure out. I think the essential question is how does all of this stuff manifest itself in the consolidated data report? And we know that is a question that's going to take us some time to answer. Again, students have returned in earnest this year. We know that last year was fractured data, so there's not a lot that we can glean from that. One of the questions we were asked was what kind of resources have been put towards any of this work. And so kind of what I did was to go back and look over the last several budget years to give you information on that, and you'll kind of see that some of that has addressed these issues and some of it is not. In the 1920 budget year, there was a substantial amount of money that was spent on safety grants. We knew that most districts got money for SROs. That doesn't necessarily impact CDR data or social emotional issues. There was funding for community partners to provide training for LEAs. We saw some of that. There was a lot of money for safety equipment and the school mental health equipment, school mental health money for personnel. So I remember that we got money that we could use for school nurses, psychologists, social workers. It was up to a district to determine how they wanted to use that fund. They wanted to provide additional school counselors. The 2021 school year, there was funding for managed care entities, and that's actually in the private, in the community where they would work with schools to provide mental health support for students that were experiencing trouble. We also know that schools were required to have a mental health plan. That's actually reflected in one of the board policies, I think is SHLT 003. And so that did go before the board, and districts are now in the process of putting those mental health plans together. So remember that those are plans. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have any resources to provide any help. This current year, we know that there was a school psychologist allotment. Essentially what that did was to take instructional support money and rearrange that to where they had to use it for psychologists. So there was not necessarily any new money, but just the idea that they needed to put FTEs towards that particular work. It's obviously going to be up to a district how they would decide to use a psychologist. Many of those may be used for EC evaluations. That's a big part of what psychologists do in terms of working with students in social emotional work. That's still something that has to be decided. So the question is, what's needed to really mitigate all of this? We need to have an understanding of the social emotional impact. That's a big part of what we want to do in the Operation Polaris and development of the social emotional profiles. Until districts actually know and understand how students are being impacted, we shouldn't expect them to go out and put resources towards something that they don't fully understand. We know we've got to continue to grow the FTEs in terms of being able to provide the school personnel to work with the social emotional issues, whether that's school counselors, whether that's psychologists, whether that's social workers. Districts don't have the capacity, not every district has that capacity. So we've got to continue to do that. I think the big part is that we've got to provide that training for school staff. So we obviously have professionals here with us. You guys can probably talk with us about what you actually see in schools when students return. What is the impact of the social emotional issues for them? And so I think the only way that we can really give information to the board is to get that feedback from people in the field, and they are able to tell us what it is that they're seeing. So if you have questions about the social emotional piece, you can ask those now. You can wait till the end. But we know that's still a big part of the work that has to be done, and we're just working through that as school districts now. So any questions on that? Okay.
And so let me also add that for this school year, we received school safety monies for $350,000 each for student in crisis support and training. So that's those safety grants that we got in 2019, we got them again this year. And then, of course, for school safety equipment. There were two more things that I was asked to address today, and that is the crime tracking. And I think that was Vice Chair Duncan. And we are in the process of trying to get that information. I don't think we have a slide on that. We are in the process of trying to get that information for you for those years and kind of match them to see, did the crime rate, juvenile crime rate, go up during the peaks of the pandemic and the children being out of school. So we'll find that, but we'll also get the a couple of previous years so that we'll just have something to match it with. And then the last one is the unacceptable behavior, and that's I think that's 20. Oh, I didn't write it down. Did I write that down? Yeah, 19. Mm-hmm. I did write it down. Where is that it? Yes, okay. And so what we were talking about is how subjective the unacceptable behavior categories are, and that they look different across each district. And so I mentioned before, and I'll reiterate that I am working with RTI and some school administrators to attempt to create some consistency throughout the districts in how we call unacceptable behavior and giving examples. And so we're going to be utilizing that as part of the training, the Center for Safer Schools, as we develop this training center. Even though we have the building and we're moving forward, we won't have the building ready in time to have them there, but we'll still be doing it, whether it's virtual, whether it's at a temporary site. And so the biggest thing is helping districts to kind of be all on the same page as close as possible as what unacceptable behavior is, and giving them examples. And I'm working with the Carl Pond section, Amy Powell, to kind of figure out how that's going to look as it relates to coding. Okay, so we are doing that, but that's going to take a little while. And also there was, the superintendent had asked for a pilot program, and so we are working to identify what that's going to look like, what districts we're going to use, and we're going to take the CDR, and I don't know if we're going to use what the numbers are this year, or go back maybe till 17 and see what they were, since there was not a 18, since there was not a a big drop in the attendance. And so this may be not the year to utilize it to decide which district is the pilot. So we'll go back and we'll see what it is, unless the board has any suggestions other than that. Is there anything else?
Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Ford.
Please, go ahead, Mr. Ford.
All right. Want to again appreciate both of y'all, not only for your presentation last month, but coming back and attending to so thoroughly the questions of several of the board members. Wanted to revisit a couple facts. So if we acknowledge that there are significant racial disparities in who is suspended for how long for what offenses, right? That when we look at those 1-to-1 UB offenses, they split across 8 areas, and when we just do an analysis of those offenses across different racial groups, there are disparities there, as well as alternative placement, and that the disparities, if we just speak plainly, are primarily seen amongst males of color, correct?
Yes, with the exception of, I believe in the short term that we saw an uptick in white males in short-term suspension. But again, this is a different year. But
for sure, right. And the vast majority of these are for non-criminal offenses and behaviors, right?
Unacceptable behavior, yes.
Right, non-criminal offenses. All right, just wanted to state that. Because I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that since our last meeting, we've had, there have been conversations, I haven't been a part of them, right, in the House Select Committee. Some presentations that have addressed the issue of discipline that has actually used this data and in one breath referencing it, right, to kind of mention the uptick in criminal behavior, but not referencing the fact that we're not primarily talking about criminal behavior in this discipline report, are we?
As it relates to unacceptable behavior, we are
The
not.
vast majority of all suspensions, 96% are for non-criminal, right?
I would have to look at
I think
to
it's
see
accurate.
which one it is. But yeah, I mean, you're right, they're not
So the
criminal
lion's share.
behavior.
Right, the lion's share, the majority, right? However
Right,
large
that's
that majority may be, the
Right.
majority of
I don't know the
things-
percentage, but
Right,
yes.
right, for sure. So I think that's important because we got to make sure that as we have these discussions, they can be emotional, et cetera, but we need to ground them in fact, right?
That's correct.
And I also want to call out that a lot of the remedy has been suggested is increased police presence, right? And what I appreciated so much about you, Ms. Fairley, is in your state action plan for schools. I think one of your objectives you talked about adopting some of the recommendations from the Task Force for Racial Equity and Criminal Justice, and having SROs be in correspondence with juvenile court, right, to make sure that they mitigate that. And so as we even talk about ways to get that down in those experiences and those potential trainings, calling out the role of culture really as a proxy for race and ethnicity when we talk about the UB, I think is going to be extremely important, right? Because as we talk about coding, the data sure as heck show that there are racial disparities. And so if we can see the race in the data, being able to speak about race as a part of that, I think is going to be hugely important. I've been in the classroom for a while, right? And I know you mentioned, of course, your family, et cetera, and having to advocate. I wonder what might be the student role in helping to formulate some of these responses. Is there a plan to incorporate student voice
Yes.
and how the discipline policies are shaped, specifically diverse students, those who are closest to this harm?
Yes.
Right? I'm wondering about that.
Right. So I'll answer address your last point first. Yes, they are. So one of the things that, hats off to Dr. Taylor and the superintendent in giving me the latitude to do what I feel like needs to be done. One of the things that we are doing is we are doing a student leadership academy. And so we are asking for the districts to provide recommendations for students. At this point, we don't want the students who are in JJ, and we really are not looking for the students who are, for lack of a better term, the higher students academically. We are looking for the middle students so that we can get a better understanding of what's going on and what their concerns are. And so we will hope, COVID is fluctuating, but it is our intent that happens this summer. Okay, whether we have to do it in person or hybrid, we're trying to figure that out. So I have a person hired that is a student engagement coordinator, and that is their job, to make sure that they're in touch with the students to address that, all students. But again, the focus, for lack of a better term, is the middle students, the students who may, in fact, the ones who are student government or whatever, may be able to better advocate for themselves. So we're looking for the ones in the middle to just get a sense of what's going on. We may have to expand, but we don't know that yet. So that's definitely. To go to your point as it relates to the SROs, yes, so part of the training for the training center is to make sure that everyone is trained, everyone who deals with the schools. The legislators, when we did this and to create the training center, the whole purpose was to train everybody in the school. We want, I know nobody knows where Bisco is, but that's where we are. Bisco, Montgomery County, that's where the training center will be held. And everyone who deals with students are going to be trained. Eventually, that will be the training hub for the center once it's up. And so part of the SRO issue is that with any occupation, we have some great ones and we have some not great ones. And so what our job is at the center is to make sure that the not so great ones get a little better training, right? Even with the behavioral threat assessments teams that we're developing. I was adamant with leadership support that the SRO is not in that interviewing room. Now, they can be on the team, but they can't be in the interviewing room. That's our recommendation. Can we make districts do that? We cannot. But we can recommend that they don't do it. And for obvious reasons, we don't want self-incriminating or incriminating their family when they're trying to get that help. So we're doing all the things that we know to do. Y'all, I only been here 1 year doing this now.
We appreciate it.
And so there was a lot of stuff that wasn't done that I'm trying to catch up. But we're doing the best that we can, and we welcome any recommendations. So we will have students' voice. We have a safety advisory council, and then I have a cross-disciplinary team where I'm bringing in sheriff's departments, police departments, teachers, administrators, social workers, everyone, to make sure that we address as much as we can. Yes.
One last record, I'm gonna leave y'all alone, I promise.
Go
When it comes to the student voice piece, don't give up on those in the JJ system, because it might be worthwhile to talk to them to figure out how they ended up there. I come to education from truancy intervention.
Okay.
And so before I was a teacher, my job was to go find the kids who be skipping, right? Figure out why they're skipping. That was the most educational experience, because when you ask that question, you are no longer the teacher, you are the student. And you start realizing that life shows up in some real ways that most adults are not accustomed to hearing, and kids are accustomed to adults never asking. Okay. So, please consider them as part of that focus.
And we're not going to exclude them. I think I said we're going to expand,
yes,
but the
yes,
first focus is not them, because I can get other data from juvenile justice for that right now. Okay, so we got baby steps, but yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ford, for those comments you made also. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, this is Catherine.
Yes, please.
So, Ms. Fairley, in all of your work that you've done so far, is anyone requesting more police presence?
Well, we have the SRO grant funding that the center disperses, and we got pretty much the same request. We pretty much gave out. So they have the need, but here's the issue: they don't have enough police officers. So what's happening is I have districts that are saying we got the money, we need the SROs. But our sheriff or our police department doesn't have the manpower to supply that. And so, at this point, the only thing that we can do is look to what an alternative would be. But by statute, that officer needs to be an SRO and needs to fulfill all of those things. And so it's nothing we can do for those districts. But yes, I haven't had people saying, oh, we don't want an SRO. They want an SRO, but they want a well-trained SRO.
And so is there agreement, are you hearing that there's agreement that the SROs are not there to intervene when there's a fight, for example? That's not what SROs are there for.
Right. And yes, ma'am. So what part of the center's job is to help schools to understand that they're not there for discipline. Yes. So we're doing our best to bring that up when staff goes out to train, that they're not there for discipline. They're there to really develop relationships with the children, so that when something happens, the children will have that trusted adult. And so, of course, if there's a criminal infraction, even we have a video that one of my staff, who was a retired police chief, did, where he talked about when you are talking with a child and you have a police person present, how that may be a custodial issue. And so we're doing what we can to say to districts, listen, utilize that SRO in a way that they're meant to. And we're also going to be asking districts to review their MOUs with their sheriff and police department. And my fear is that the only people who read the MOUs are the two people who sign them. Somebody from the sheriff and somebody from the school. And I think that it doesn't go down to what they're supposed to do. No, no judgment, but I don't think that principals and teachers are understanding the role of the SRO because just nobody's told them.
Right. Thank you so much.
And so there's one last thing I do want to add that in the committee meeting we had a considerable amount of discussion around the idea of the code of conduct, the student code of conduct. And just to briefly run through, every district is responsible for developing that code of conduct. They usually consult some attorney or whatever the case may be. And it certainly has to meet all state and federal guidelines in terms of the law. So the question was whether or not the board wanted to consider developing some kind of policy to further define what a student code of conduct in a district should look like. Right now, we don't have a policy. I think it's policy 000 that really talks about the different incidents that have to be reported. These are the things that will actually end up in the consolidated data report, and administrators are going to use that code of conduct to determine, where these incidents end up. And so, I guess my only caution to the board would be you can certainly develop a policy, but you always want to be mindful of what that local control is. I don't know of any district's code of conduct that would be out of compliance with the law. I think the big part of that is to have them to go back and look at what is unacceptable behavior. We want to further define that, and then obviously do the training of what you should and shouldn't be coding with students. So if anybody has any comments about that, I think that's something we'll certainly need to revisit in the future if the board wants to look at any policy surrounding code of conduct and if you want to do something different.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Again, Ms. Purley and Mr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor, thank you so much for the great work you're doing. It's really, really important information that you've given us. And if no other questions, Mr. Chair, that will conclude our presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. And Dr. Taylor, we would be interested in your team's recommendations for that policy through the Healthy Responsible Students Committee. Thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely. Thank you,
sir. All right, we're going to take a short break for lunch and reconvene at 1:20. 1:20.
No.
It's been much worse.
All right, Ms. Kamnitz, here we go.
The pressure's on.
I know, it's 1:20.
Okay, so I have an hour and a half.
I have an hour and a half.
Go fast, because I want to take a lot of time. Yours was long. Abnormally.
Yeah, yours is like about.
Questions everybody asked. I heard that. You know what? That just motivates me.
We are back in session and we'll proceed now to the Student Learning and Achievement Committee, chaired by Ms. Jill Kamnitz. Ms. Kamnitz.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I share the responsibility of the work of this committee with my colleague, Dr. Olivia Oxendine. And today we start off with an item of new business, although it doesn't feel new because this work has been ongoing for an extended period of time, and we've been hearing about it regularly, but Ms. Ryan is going to bring us up to date today on where we are with Read to Achieve and the middle of the year assessments.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, Superintendent Truitt, Lieutenant Governor Robinson, members of the board, colleagues, and stakeholders. Thank you for your time today as we provide an early literacy update as it relates to General Statute 115C 83. As you well know, cohorts 1 and 2 are well on their way. They're well on their way with nearly 26,000 educators actively participating in LETRS professional development. All cohort 3 districts have scheduled their planning meetings with Lexia, Voyager, Sopris. So therefore, 100% of our North Carolina districts are now actively either training or planning their training. And if you'll recall, we just started that about 6 months ago, so we are well on our way. In 6 months, these districts on this particular slide here from cohort 1 have already completed the admin or early childhood LETRS PD, or they will have completed it by the end of this month. And on the next slide, you'll see that we have one county, Polk County, that has exceeded the expectations, and they have already completed the K-5 LETRS Year 1, or Volume 1 professional development ahead of schedule. So they're well on their way and asking lots of questions about next steps. Additionally, over 2,500 LETRS license have been purchased. That continues to increase as there is interest and people are finding out what they need to do and how they can support. So we're seeing those license increase as well. And while we recognize things aren't perfect and there's still lots of things we can work on and we receive that information and feedback, we also recognize in the next 3 slides lots of positive feedback. I could have done a whole presentation on that alone, but lots of positive feedback from the districts that are in progress about the things that they are learning, even the hesitancy they had in the beginning and where they are now. So those next 3 slides, you have Charlotte Meck. They're being creative in how they're supporting teachers, and they're also talking about how much more they are learning and did not recognize what they didn't know. We don't know what we don't know. So if you'll recall, I first shared this particular early literacy implementation progression model in May, and that was following the new EPSA legislation, and I've included now kind of a 30,000-foot view of what we have happening at this time. You're aware of the EPSA legislation, the LETRS professional development. We worked with finance in November for the PRC 085 policy to be aligned for support for sustainability and continuing to have those conversations and releasing information on that. We've also worked with our formative diagnostic reading assessments, Amplify, and doing training there on step 4 in that progression. And now we're working on the literacy intervention plans that they're submitting. All districts, with the exception of 6, have submitted their plans for review. So we're working with them to get those in. Those are due yesterday at the close of business. And then we have 3, and then you're aware of the Digital Children's Reading Initiative we've talked about. But my plan today is to talk a little bit more about the sustainability, the implementation timeline, and the evaluation plan. So on the next slide, you'll see the sustainability plan. And I talked just a second about that with the 085 policy. We held a technical support webinar to address some of the questions. We're filtering those through finance right now, and we've developed an FAQ resource page that will go out this Friday, and then we're meeting with finance tomorrow to also look at a specific document related to the teacher performance and signing bonuses. And so with that, the slide here you have is our coaching support model and where we're headed. This is a general plan. We are working on the specifics behind the scenes for that as well. We are training our OEL consultants. We have 8 literacy and 8 early learning consultants. They're all going through the training to become LETRS facilitators at the state level to ensure that we can continue to train and not necessarily have to depend on Lexia for an ongoing contract for training purposes. 4 to 7 now of those consultants are going to fast track to be finished with Volume 1 by spring, and then the remainder of Volume 2 by summer, so that we can support any training. We'll have scheduled dates to where people can sign up in districts depending where they are in their progression. But with the PRC 085 funds, it also allows for our districts to provide local trainers. So they can use those funds to pay for their current educators to go through the training and become facilitators so they can work around their own calendars if they choose to do so. Part of that model that we're working on right now, too, is to ensure that we have a point in each district as we go through this progression so that we have 115 points, LETRS district points, if you will, that will continue to meet monthly with our consultants so that we're aligned and we're pacing the support as we move forward. We don't want the coaching model to not happen because otherwise it's just a sit and get for professional development, and that's pretty dangerous. That'd be a waste of money. So how do we continue to support that sustainability? So we'll have the state consultants who will then work with our 6 FTEs once we are able to move through that process, as well as a point per district who would attend monthly sessions to make sure that they are aligned in their support, and then they would be responsible for then training and making sure their districts get what they need with all the other coaches and facilitators. So you kind of see a pyramid model. One thing we have learned, and this kind of goes along for both, but one thing we have learned is it's $1,800 per volume to become a facilitator. So it's $3,600 total. If a district chooses to go to, send their staff through the facilitator training, it's the same cost, and they are restricted to train just in that district. So at the state level, this is why we're going to provide some funds to say we will provide you at least one state contact, if you will, to where we train and work with those folks and cover that so that they have at least one individual in their district who can train across districts, across regions. They become state facilitators as well because it's the same cost whether it's state or local, and it's not as restricted, so we're working on that plan. Preschool, this is the preschool model. We have about 4 consultants who are fast tracking through preschool so they can help support not only our public but also our private pre-Ks. So this is our plan for our evaluation. As you know, there's lots of money going into this, and we have lots of people who are supporting this, so we want to be very transparent. And we are starting with the fact that we are getting questions right now saying, when will we see a difference in student data? But the one thing we have to remember is this is an implementation deployment as well, starting with your educators, and it's a journey. So there's going to be a timeline here shortly. So we're going to focus on educator and leader knowledge first. What are the outcomes there? What are we seeing as far as a difference? Support processes, how are we seeing shifts in instruction change? What about the alignment of PLCs and training happening within the districts and schools? And then the impact on learning, some student outcomes as well as educator outcomes. We work with Tom Tomberlin and many other partners talking about what that might look like at each level of the subcomponents that are in the evaluation plan. We have quantitative and qualitative data that we'll be working on, and we've met with OLR, just lots of internal and external agents within the building. So here, that's the subcomponents that you see on the next slide, so it's kind of broken down by educator knowledge versus student outcome. And then more important, this is the one I want to emphasize the most. If you are involved in the training, or as our educators are involved in the training, if they are in cohort 1, and they complete volume 1 this year, if you look to the right, you'll see what items or what specific topics are covered in volume 1. So you might not see a huge increase in comprehension when they haven't necessarily learned that information, and they have to then implement that and deploy it and practice. So this is a realistic timeline of where you might see educators start to shift in their knowledge, then the instructional practices begin to shift, then impacting the student outcomes. That doesn't mean that you won't see some changes early on in phonemic awareness for cohort 1, for example, because they're a little more comfortable with that and they know how to respond to instruction there. So I think it's really important because a lot of times we put a lot of money into something and we want to jerk it really quick when it's not working, and that knee-jerk reaction. And this is just going to take time with the deployment, that we have to recognize what are the early wins and where will we see these early wins along the way. No different than if you planted an acorn looking for a tree in a year. You have to start with making sure that foundation is solid. So with that said, we have our middle of year data that has come in, and 97% participation was completed for the middle of year assessments with Amplify. And if you look at the next one, you'll start to see trends. And to the right, we have positive news, good news. This is not necessarily a reflection of science of reading quite yet, so I just want to make sure you understand that. But we are seeing gaps closed for North Carolina compared to the national percentages. And you see that broken down by grade level there. Same thing here, a little more in depth about what we're looking at as far as we're seeing national North Carolina gaps close compared to national performance. However, we know there's work to be done. You'll see the gap has narrowed in some places as far as what we've been looking at per grade level, and you've had this data to look at. And we're going to continue to dig into this next week because it was just released. And then the next slide, you'll see where the gap has also narrowed for students who are at risk or well below. But when we look at demographics and we begin to break that down, we see the same trends that we've seen that we want to pay close attention to. Those gaps have not narrowed. If you want to look at the kindergarten demographic breakdown, you'll see when you look at the difference, the achievement gap between white, black, and Hispanic, it has widened. So we have to be mindful of, and again, we're just getting started, what are we going to do, how are we going to respond, and pay attention to every child, not just the whole. While it looks good on the surface, there's lots of work to be done with the breakdowns and the subgroups. And then the same thing for grade 1. And then grade 2 is the same. And then grade 3. In grade 3, there's struggle because that is the comprehension piece. And so it's going to take a little time when they've missed some foundational pieces that we have to make sure that we're trying to keep a balance of how to respond to all of this, that sense of urgency, but then also make it manageable so that our teachers aren't so overwhelmed they're confused by it all. So there's a fine line of that balance as we go through this process. And how can we continue to support? So, love this quote here. Educators everywhere are working hard. The question remains, so are we working hard at the right work? And so that's what keeps us moving forward and aligning our efforts and continuing to gather feedback along the way. Any questions?
Thank you so much for presenting this to us. First, I just want to talk about, I will forever be in support of this work, right? The support of literacy. For me, literacy is tantamount to liberty and freedom, right? It's really, it does open up the world for everybody. I have some questions about the time commitment for the teachers. How many hours, first question, how many hours must a teacher complete in order to finish volume 1?
80 hours.
80 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Some of the concerns I've heard from the field, primarily from superintendents and other folks at the district level, has been that that's a lot of time. And wondering if there is the possibility, maybe this is a question for the fellow board members, of calendar waivers, where, and I know calendars are tough, but whereby they can build in the appropriate time, because the time commitment I've heard about teachers spending weekends, needing childcare, like in addition to everything else that's required. And if we can work in potential calendar flexibility, might there also be other funding to support, to at least compensate them for that time? That's a question, I guess, for you, and maybe for the broader board as well. But that's just some of the feedback I've been hearing. Worthy cause, extremely heavy lift from a working hours perspective, and are there ways that we can perhaps make that a little bit more tenable in year 2?
And I will speak to, I know as far as timeline, we have a lot of leaders who are doing great things, and we continue to talk to them. While it's not perfect, some of the things we have done is talk to them about purposeful abandonment. Is there anything that you can hold on? Is there anything that you are currently embedding in PLCs or PD that you could make this happen during the day? We've seen we've heard of examples of people having other individuals cover for recess while that teacher has that extra time. So embedding it as much as possible into that professional day. That's not a reality everywhere, but those are some examples. So that, because beyond the training itself, it's about 1 to 2 hours per week. When you break it down by week and pacing, it equates to 1 to 2 hours of studying independent time, if you will. The PRC 085 funds, we have many districts who are providing bonuses with that, as well as ESSER funds and some other Title I funds and things of that nature. So I know I've heard anywhere from $300 for completion to $2,000, and it just depends on. So I know there are people who are compensating, but I can't speak to all districts necessarily. So.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I think it's important, as you brought up, to understand that letters training implementation varies from district to district. So while one district might not have done a great job of doing what we suggested and what Dr. Ryan just shared, which is foregoing other meetings that are maybe could take a backseat to letters training in order to take more off of the teacher's plate. That's happening a lot of places. It might not be happening in some, when we hear anecdotally about teachers who are frustrated by the workload. But I think it's important to note that superintendents and principals were given a lot of flexibility with these dollars in how they could compensate teachers for the extra time. I hate hearing that teachers are having to do this on weekends. It was not, that wasn't supposed to be part of the equation, but there is a lot of local control when it comes to how this is to be implemented.
I appreciate you, Superintendent Truitt, for saying that, because that was some of the concerns that I have been hearing as well as I've been traveling throughout the state. I know you mentioned that, and I know Superintendent Truitt, you just mentioned it as well, about having that flexibility, and you talked about some of the principals and administrators sharing the creative ways that they're going about the work. Has there been any communication between districts on how they can be a support to educators in that work as well? So if we have a school that has, found a way to find some volunteers to serve as helpful at recess or whatever that is there an area where our district leaders can go to see, well, these are some possibilities of ways that we can make sure that that heavy lift is happening during the school hours and they're not taking it home on weekends? Are we sharing all of those creative ways to support educators in this really great work?
Yes, ma'am. So we have tips and tricks that we've shared. We put it out on social media. We do weekly memos, and anything like that we try to update in those weekly memos. That goes to your Read to Achieve contact, your CAO, CAOs at every district, as well as all of our preschool providers to make sure they get it, and our charters for those who have moved through that. It's been out there, and we've had some webinars where we've had teachers talk about that just recently with the instructional coaches versus the teachers and how they're embedding those pieces. We'll continue to lift that up, but it has been out there for them to share.
And I have heard about the webinars as far as like the great tricks that you can do within the learning and within the programming. For me, I'm thinking more so of the support of like finding the time or creative ways that we have worked around the time, or what things we chose to take off the plate or hold off on. I think that might be some helpful messaging as well for some of our leaders on how to navigate.
Okay, we can work on that because it's embedded in the initial tips and tricks document, but we'll continue to we can be more specific. Absolutely.
Yes.
Hey, Ms. Ryan, thank you so much for all that you do and for what you shared. And I just kind of want to add a comment based on a few of the other comments. Being a principal of elementary school in cohort 1, principals and educators are always innovative and being able to maximize the time that they have to really do this work. And I feel like we've been able to take things off teachers' plate and prioritize this. But I still don't want to misrepresent that it is still very difficult. Because even when I have, used our PLC time to talk about the work and what we're learning, during that time we also were using to analyze data and to plan and to talk about interventions in students. So even though we're using some of that time for this great work, it's a lack of time. And teachers are, I can say that our teachers are very positive about this work, but it's very difficult because there is a lack of time to do it. Not just to do the modules, but to have time to discuss it, to process, so that we have a common understanding of what this is saying. And you guys have done a great job with providing webinars and us being able to join on and really talk about this work, but it still is difficult, and I don't want to mislead anyone to believe that even with these innovative ideas across the state, I think it's worthy for us to think about how do we best serve districts, so that from one district, you may have all these great things in place and another is not. There's inequities in that, and our teachers need our help. So we still need to consider new ways to be able to support districts and schools.
Thank you.
I mean, to your comment and Mr. Ford's question, I wonder, should we be asking the question, is there something that we as a state board could do that would help, that would support districts in ways that they can't do on their own? So I'm not sure how we answer that, but perhaps we should be asking the question. Do we have something in our power that we're not thinking about, that we could provide some flexibility for them?
And if I may, I know there has been a question about could we slow it down and not make it extend beyond 2 years. The problem is, keep in mind, every child that's not getting this, we're continuing to also impact those students, because that child who's in 3rd grade will be in 5th grade by the time they even finish. So you have to balance that as well. 2 years is a lot of time, and think about the students we're missing in between, in that timeline. So that is something that we've also considered.
When we were doing the letters training last week, they shared the percentage of adults in the U.S. who do not read proficiently. Does anybody remember what that was? It was a staggering amount. I mean, it's. I understand what everybody's saying, but every day we delay. I'm saying this firsthand, having participating in the training. What we have been doing to children through no fault of our own, right? We're all teaching reading the way we were taught to teach reading, is education malpractice. And children suffer because of that. And we have an opportunity and the funding to correct this problem. And we are just going to have to make the best of this situation. It's not ideal, but we've been in classrooms that started doing this during the pandemic. They got out in front of this, and others have been. We go to schools all the time that are cohort 1 and cohort 2 schools who are. Yes, they say, it's really hard to get through the first unit. That's the brain science piece that's the most difficult, but they're taking it personally that now that they know better, they're doing better.
Dr. Oxendine?
Yes. The gaps in reading in this state, especially in grades K5, and one I know as low performance in my neck of the woods, and having been a reading teacher years ago, it's my background, English language arts, so I taught remediation. And I understand the lack of time and the stresses that are placed on the plates of classroom teachers. I'm at a different level of teaching. I'm a college professor, but I know the constraints I know what time does. It stresses you out, but I am telling you folks, I don't know that we have enough time to close these gaps. And also, let me say this, maybe now that our colleges, our schools of education, they're coming on board, and reading faculty and elementary education faculty are involved in the training. They're looking at the reading curricula, the reading methods, the coursework. They're looking at things, I hope they are, I feel they are, very differently. So maybe once we have a strong core of future teachers across North Carolina who understand the correct way to teach reading, maybe it won't take as much time in the field.
Oh, no.
But I am telling you, I empathize and I understand, but there's a little bit of impatience with me.
I think we've all felt a sense of urgency since we began this work. And, you know, certainly the data that Ms. Ryan just shared with us on the middle of the year, I mean, confirmed the urgency. So, if there aren't any other
Ms. Campbell?
questions. Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Dr. Townsend-Smith, can you go back to slide 16?
Yes, sir.
In fairness to you, Ms. Ryan, this may not be a K-3 question. This may be more appropriate for Dr. Stegall or our superintendent. But, so this right there, right? Go back up. One more. There you go. So this shows we've got a good plan for K-3, but it also shows to all the points that were just made that we're going to continue to have, not only today do we have students who are not getting the benefit of this, who are in middle school and otherwise, but we're going to continue to have students in it. So perhaps for another meeting, but what's our plan to support those students? We need to have equally as important a plan to address those students' needs with the urgency to get this up and running strong. So maybe for another day, Superintendent?
We were in a school last week that is doing just that, and they actually saw as middle school in Roseboro Middle School in Sampson County has been implementing a program that we'll be happy to share another time that they, during the pandemic, saw improvement in reading in middle school.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Oh,
There's just one more question.
Move on.
You know, another idea to make it maybe more, I guess, make people feel like their time is being valued would be to consider adding this as a credential onto their license or an additional certification once they complete the letters training. That might be another way to help make this something that teachers would look at as benefiting them, because it would be something that they would be getting credit for on their license.
That is on a list of our future business. So the time it takes. But yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you.
Moving on to actions on first read, SLA 1 is the textbook commission recommendations for 9 to 12 mathematics and CTE. Dr. Dietrich.
Hello, this is Carmela Fair. Dr. Dietrich had to leave, so he asked if I would just introduce it. I'm Carmela Fair. I'm instructional resource consultant in the Division of Digital Teaching and Learning, and I manage the state textbook evaluation and adoption process. So I want to point out that there are two different agenda items that are associated with the textbook evaluation and adoption process. SLA 1 is the culmination of the 2021 textbook adoption process. Due to a few delays along the way, the end of this process was just completed in February. The Textbook Commission co-chair and chair will present the 2021 recommended list and the commissioner's reports for this item. SLA 2 marks the beginning of the 2022 process with your review of the 2022 invitation for English language development and social studies. So those are the things that I was just outlining for those two items. So Policy Text 000 requires the board to approve the invitation, review the list of textbooks submitted by the Textbook Commission, and then to make decisions about which textbooks will be approved for state adoption. Today, you're considering the adoption of recommended textbooks for CTE and grades 9-12 mathematics, as well as the approval of the 2022 invitation. So for the 2021 recommended list, I would like to introduce to you the chair and co-chair of the Textbook Commission. Dr. Lisa McLean serves as the chair. She's the superintendent of Granville County Schools. And Mrs. Kathleen Linker serves as the co-chair. She is a reading design coach in Rowan Salisbury Schools. So without further ado, these two ladies will present their recommendations, and you have copies of their reports.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathleen Linker, reading design coach from Rowan Salisbury Schools and serving co-chair of the Textbook Commission. You have reports before you for our 2021 recommended list. As Dr. Fair explained, the recommendations are based on requirements and criteria that was in the 2021 invitation to submit textbooks for evaluation and adoption in North Carolina. And we looked at two areas. We evaluated CTE, and then we evaluated mathematics 9 through 12. So first, for CTE, you will see that we have recommended what is now a total of 69, and we are not recommending 34. We did have a publisher withdraw in the last week or two their submission, and so you will notice in your report that is highlighted and marked out for transparency so you can see that information. And that would be for the CTE courses. For math courses, we are recommending all 28 submissions that were presented, and therefore there are none that are the non-recommended list. So if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Linker? Hearing none.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy your afternoon.
And SLA 2, is someone going to speak to that? Ms. Fair. Dr. Fair.
Dr. Fair, are you on for SLA 2?
Yes, I apologize. I was muted. Yes, I'm doing SLA 2. Okay. So the presentation of SLA 2 is the annual review of the board's responsibilities to evaluate and adopt textbooks with information about legal and ethical considerations of discussions with textbook company representatives during the textbook adoption process. This requirement is also outlined in Board Policy Text 000. The review and approval of the invitation initiates the beginning of the evaluation and adoption of textbooks in the selected subject areas. And this particular year, it's going to be English language development and social studies. The invitation is the call for the publishers to submit their bids. And once the publishers submit their bids, the textbook commissioners and selected advisors review and evaluate the bid materials for the alignment to standards and quality criteria that's created by DPI staff. At the end of the process, the commission presents the list of recommended textbooks to you for adoption. General Statutes 115C-85 through 115C-102 and State Board Policies Text 000 through Text 008 provide the guidelines for the textbook adoption process, and we'll look at some of those through the next slides. Just a reminder, in general statute, textbook is defined as print or non-print formats and specifically inclusive of technology-based programs that may require devices or electronic equipment. This could also be subscription or web-based materials. These are statutes that provide the directive for the board to select and adopt textbooks and to develop rules for textbook bid submissions and contracts from publishers. These statutes outline the appointment of textbook commissioners recommended by the state superintendent and appointed by the governor. The textbook commissioners are responsible for evaluating bids, creating reports with comments about their evaluations, and presenting the recommended list to you. These are the key events in the tentative schedule for the adoption process, including the bid submission date and evaluation dates. Materials for SLA 2 include the invitation, which contains the evaluation criteria created by DPI content experts and used by commission members and advisors to evaluate materials. And these would be materials submitted as bids by publishers. There's a North Carolina Publishers Registry, and publishers wanting to participate in the adoption process are asked to register. Publishers may be removed from the registry if they apply undue pressure toward board members, textbook commissioners, advisors, and when they are selected in the process, and then, of course, DPI staff that are involved in the adoption. Annually, it's required to review legal and ethical aspects of the adoption process. And I would just remind you that by undue pressure, as mentioned in the previous slide, we mean personal contact by a publisher to convince someone, and that would be board members, commission members, advisors, and DPI staff, to select or adopt their book or books. The caveat is this does not include social contact, presentations, or written communication for reconsideration or clarification, which may occur during different parts of the adoption process. Private meetings with publishers' representatives participating in the process are not allowed with anyone in the listed groups from before, from the time you approve the invitation and the adoption of the recommended list submitted by the Textbook Commission. This item is action on first read to allow for publishers to have time to develop sample materials for 2022 summer evaluation, to allow commissioners to recruit teacher advisors, and to provide availability for the materials in the upcoming school year, which would be the 2023-24 year. All right, and lastly, as a legal and ethical consideration, a reminder of the standards of conduct with the expectation of exemplary personal conduct and avoidance of actual conflicts of interest and the perception as well. And finally, avoiding involvement in the solicitation or acceptance of actual or promises of favor or reward. So that concludes my presentation, and Ms. Kamnitz, I'm available for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Fair. Before I ask for questions, I do two things. I'd like to just extend our thanks to the members of the North Carolina Textbook Commission, because as we've just seen, this is a very, it's a huge responsibility and a long and drawn out process that appears to be going on continually. So thanks to those folks for being willing to serve on that commission. And I just want to emphasize that in SLA 1, we are approving the end of this process for 9-12 math and CTE, and with SL2, we're approving the beginning of the process for English language development and K-12 social studies. So it is our official approval that starts this process. Are there any questions for Dr. Fair? Hearing none, I will move on to SLA 3, which is a report to the JLEOC 2020-21 third grade Read to Achieve Teacher Bonus Program. Dr. Tomberlin is presenting this to you. Dr. Tomberlin?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kamnitz. So this report is to the JLEOC. It actually comes from statute in 2017. And part of the requirement is to study the impact of the bonus in the 2017-18 and 18-19 school years. So the session law is 2017-57. And as part of this, really quickly, just go over the bonus qualifying requirements. So teachers in third grade reading who scored in the top 25% of all teachers in the state were eligible to receive a bonus. The total amount of the bonus was $5 million for the statewide bonus. And there was a secondary bonus of $5 million that went to the top 25% of teachers in each LEA. So we refer to these as the statewide bonus and the local bonus in this presentation. And then the last part of that was a reporting requirement to report out by, it's the next slide, thank you, by March 15th, 2022, of the effect of the bonuses on teacher performance and retention. So in order to do that, we've created the report, we've submitted it to you for your review, and I will go over some of the high-level findings of that report. So we are identifying the 5 LEAs with the highest percentage of teachers earning a statewide bonus. The report requires us to show the distribution of the bonuses, both at the LEA and the school level, and those distributions are found in the appendices to this report. So the first area that we want to address is the top 5 LEAs with the highest percentage of teachers earning a statewide bonus. And you can see here we've done this for the 17-18 and 18-19 school year. We do want to point out the extraordinary achievement of Camden County Schools and Terrell County Schools. They had 100% of their third grade teachers achieving the bonus in that year. I also like to point out Polk County Schools. They were the only school district that was in the top 5 in both 17-18 and 18-19 school years. While these are amazing achievements, and I certainly don't want to say anything to distract from that, it is quite obvious that smaller districts are more represented in these higher percentages. And the report addresses some reasons why this may be the case. However, that's conjecture. We don't know why that is, but we do know that these are smaller school districts that are in the top 5 in each of the school years. The other thing that I have to point out about this is, while it's remarkable and it's wonderful that we have schools with such high percentages of teachers who are generating this kind of growth with their third grade readers, it does speak to the fact that there's not a uniform distribution of effective teachers across our state. So for every school with these high percentages, there are schools with very low percentages of these these teachers who promote high growth in third grade reading for their students. And so that's something that we should consider. The next section shows the correlation between the bonus in the 17-18 school year. So teachers who were eligible for a bonus, did that eligibility correlate with any of these outcomes of interest? And the 4 outcomes that we have here are bonus eligibility in the 18-19 school year. In other words, did earning a bonus in the 17-18 year correlate with earning a bonus in the 18-19 school year? Related to that is, do teachers who received a bonus in the 18-19 school year, do we see that there's a relationship in the improved EBOS scores in the following year? And finally, the impact of the bonus on mobility. Did teachers who earned the bonus, were they less likely to remain in the school or than the teachers who did not receive the bonus? And then finally, what we would consider attrition, the teacher no longer was teaching third grade. Was that different for teachers who earned the bonus as compared to those who did not? And you can see on the evidence of relationship, there is a yes for 3 of these outcomes. Teachers who did earn the bonus in 17-18 were more likely to receive the bonus in the following year. Their EBOS index score for those who earned the bonus was higher in the following year on average. There was no impact on the mobility of teachers moving from, even within a school, from one school within the district to another school. There was no impact of the bonus on that. And no longer teaching the third grade, yes, teachers who earned the bonus were more likely to continue teaching third grade than those who did not receive the bonus. And we provide our method of analyses here. Those charts and those findings are presented in the report. So the next question was whether the bonus had impact on these decisions. And that to me indicates a causal relationship. And in order to, as a tip of the hat to Ms. White, I want to remind everyone that correlation does not equal causation. And so we had to employ a more sophisticated method of analysis to determine if there was a causal impact. And this is what we call regression discontinuity. I provide a graphic of what this basically represents for you in your understanding. And what this is looking at is basically the theory is that teachers near the cut score would be more affected, more sensitive to receiving or not receiving the bonus than those teachers who are farther away from that bonus. So teachers that score very low on the EBOS or teachers who score very high on EBOS were likely to be less concerned about the bonus, or the bonus probably had less impact on their future decisions than if they were right near the cut score. And if you think about it this way, if I was right below the cut score, I might have thought, wow, I missed out on $3,500. I'm going to work a little harder or try to generate more growth next year so I can earn that money. Or teachers right above the line might think, wow, I barely got this, so I need to step this up for next year to make sure I get it again. So that's the theory behind this, and it's a very common method used by researchers to evaluate causal impact of a decision or a program or a cut score on future outcomes. And so this is the method that we employed. And when we do this, we find very different relationships between the bonus and these outcomes. So if we look at the next slide, these are the same four outcomes, and now we've estimated the difference, restricting this analysis to those teachers that were within those purple lines of that previous graph. And so, so now the question is, did the bonus impact these outcomes for teachers who were right above the line, the cut score, and right below the cut score? And as you can see here, these differences are small in their impact. And we, at the far right, the p-values there indicate the statistical significance of these relationships. And we can see that in 3 cases, there is no statistical significant relationship between eligibility for the bonus and future eligibility in the following year, or bonus eligibility in the following year. There's no relationship there. Likewise, there was no relationship between earning the bonus in the 17-18 school year and greater impact, improved EBOS index score in the following year. And then the third one, no longer teaching 3rd grade, there was not an impact of the bonus on whether a teacher decided to teach 3rd grade in the following year or not. There was one area, however, that we did see a statistically significant finding, and that is the likelihood of moving from one school to another. Teachers who earned the bonus were less likely by about 5 percentage points. They were less likely to move to another school, even within their own LEA, in the following year. So in the end, what we see is we do see relationships between these, the bonus and these outcomes of interest, but we do not see a causal impact of the bonus on those outcomes of interest. There are many. This is not uncommon to see this, where you see correlations, and that when you apply these kind of causal these methodologies that allow for causal inferences, that you see the effect evaporate. So this is not concerning or conflicting. It's just a more rigorous method of analysis in order to determine that causal impact. In the report, I do indicate that this program, bonus program, in these years we're looking at, we're very early on in that bonus program, and so the nascency of the program itself might be leading to this lack of outcome. And in the report, I indicate that if the program continues to move forward and is funded by the General Assembly, that a more longitudinal analysis might show any effect, what effect, if any, Kevin, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Dr. Tomlin? Hearing none, thank you so much for that analysis, Dr. Tomlin, and the information. So that is our final item of action on first read. We have 4 action items. that we had discussion about last month. The first one is SLA 4, the ESSA update from Dr. Howard. I think this is the third month that we have talked about these issues that are all COVID related and our ability to deal with some of them. And I think there's one change from last month to this month. So rather than going through the whole presentation, if you could just sort of fill us in on that, Dr. Howard.
Absolutely, Ms. Cabinets, and good afternoon, and thank you. The one change, of course, that we have is that the public comment period did end on February 24th. Those two comments, we have reached out to those individuals that made those comments. One was an area that is not allowed by the addendum, so it was not something that we could really take action on. And the second one, of course, was about participation, which there continues to be much discussion. As we know, we do have a solution for this school year's accountability calculation of school performance grades, but we know that last year's lack of participation will have an impact going forward. It's kind of a downstream effect. But of course, as we've shared before, we anticipate engaging internally and of course with all of you and stakeholders about an amendment to the ESSA state plan. And in those discussions and that possibility, we could address participation there. Not promising a solution, but assuring that it is a topic that we will do everything we can to proactively address to benefit the schools of this state as we go forward. And that is all that I have, I think, Ms. Cabinets.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Howard? All right, hearing none, thank you, Dr. Howard. SLA 5 is a State Board of Education policy amendment on state graduation requirements. Ms. Shaw Coltrane, again, we heard this last month. Just briefly remind us, but I don't know that we need to go through the whole presentation.
Yeah, absolutely, Ms. Cameron. So SLA 5 has to integrates the arts graduation requirement, beginning with sixth graders this year, into the graduation requirements, just so that it's clear. It will not increase electives, but it will have to become part of a student's elective in high school if they don't take an arts course in middle school. That is what this one, as well as some other technical credit, technical changes around military and compact and that.
Then SLA 6, if you want to just continue, again, we heard this last.
Great. SLA 6 has to deal with integrating the new courses into the graduation certificate, the new courses that you all approved last month.
All right, questions? Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you.
And finally, we have SLA 7, which is a report to the JLOC on the impact of lost instructional time analysis. And we've been talking about this for quite a few months, but this is the first time that we're going to be looking at actual data. And I will just, I'm sure Dr. Marr is going to address this, but just to be sure that we understand, this is not new data. That this is the accountability data that we saw last fall. This is a different way of looking at it that's going to answer this question for us of what kind of, how much time has been lost, where are we, and how can we move forward. So, Dr. Barber.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you. Good afternoon, Superintendent Truitt, Chair Davis, members of the board. Thank you for the time and attention for this report. Before I start, I just want to say thank you to a number of different folks who worked on this with us. This is not just the Office of Learning Recovery. We had help inside of the agency from a number of different groups, including Dr. Howard's group, including Tom Tomberlin and Dr. Day and Hemphill Joseph and so on, Matt Hoskins and Sherry Thomas, Exceptional Children, Ms. Shaw Coltrane. There were a number of folks who, as we got ready to prepare this data, walked through it with them to get some feedback from others, so this is not merely Dr. Korn and I coming to you with data and kind of laying it out, but a lot of folks involved in this work. So as you'll remember, back in the spring of 2021, part of our ESSER 2, HB 196, there was this mandate from the legislature that we collect, analyze, and report on the overall impacts of COVID-19 to the Joint Ed Oversight. So this month we're bringing you that report. This is the first comprehensive and authoritative statewide summary of the impact of the pandemic on student learning for all North Carolina public school students. This data is unique to North Carolina. It is individual student level data. This is a population study. It is not a representative sample. This analysis is the first of its kind in the state. It's one of the first nationally. NCDPI is in a unique position because we have one of the only statewide student information systems, a cross-sector longitudinal data system, custom designed accountability models, and a long-time partnership with the EVOS team at SAS. So we are uniquely positioned to do this work. Though student achievement for 2021 was presented to the board in September by Dr. Howard, as pointed out by Ms. Kamnitz, this report goes beyond how many students met grade level proficiency and presents the difference between where we expected students to perform and how they actually performed. Using both pieces of information provides us a far more complete and comprehensive picture of the impact of the pandemic on student performance and how we should move forward. As you know, the mission of the Office of Learning and Recovery is to serve the state and our public school units by providing information and support needed to make evidence-based decisions to not only combat this lost instructional time, but to accelerate learning for all students. Our partnership with the EVOS team at SAS is the first. It is the first of several rigorous studies our office is leading on behalf of the agency. We shared some of that information this morning about our partnership with researchers from 4 state university partners for a qualitative study that we will be bringing updates to you on. Okay. So we have several other studies that are either in the kind of ongoing phase or proposed phase. Our partners at EPIC have a Spencer Foundation Award. That's a quantitative study focusing on the long-term impacts of the pandemic and includes a focus on resilience and has a school finance component. Our recently awarded IES study in partnership with EPIC is one that's specifically assessing the impacts of participation in the OLR-designed interventions for summer and after school. And we have a new IES proposal with Duke faculty in the Center for Child and Family Policy assessing implementation impact of local interventions to address student mental health and well-being. So we are committed to providing the most accurate, up-to-date information we have to this board and local leaders to help them make evidence-based decisions and target resources, prioritizing funding for students who are most affected and for areas of the state most in need. Okay. So if we'll now move to the next slide. So this study is a preliminary main effects JLOC report. It includes a statewide summary by student group and school characteristic. In the next phase, sorry, this is slide 12. Yep. Yep. So from this point now forward, we'll continue to gather input from state and local leaders on interpreting the preliminary findings and then assisting them with decisions about the next level of analysis and interaction. A final technical report will be submitted to Joint Ed Oversight in December. Okay, so we'll go to slide 13. And so to frame the results for you a little bit. Throughout the report and in the presentation, we use side-by-side bar charts for 2018 and 2021 to show the difference between business as usual and the impact of the pandemic. And this is in terms of the average growth for students. What we expect to see is average student growth clustered around the 0. And so that'll make more sense when you see the bars. Bars to the left of the 0 indicate a negative, meaning students did not perform as expected based on their pre-pandemic learning trajectories. Those to the right are positive. On average, students are performing better than expected. The bar charts also show the magnitude of the effect. This information has been disaggregated by subject, grade, and different student groups to ascertain whether certain student groups experienced larger gaps between their predicted and their actual performance. In the report, we have 23 different charts and tables. We pulled out 7 to discuss with you today. Throughout the presentation in the report, we provided the analysis in terms of statistical effect sizes for all students by tested subject and across student groups, which is the most appropriate and precise way to present this data. But we are working to convert those effect sizes into months of loss for interpretability and understanding for the general public. The best current thinking in educational research for understanding the magnitude of effect sizes suggests that Less than 0.05 is small, 0.05 to 0.20 is a medium effect, and anything greater than 0.20 is a large effect based on the distribution of the effect size and the changes in achievement. So what follows is a summary slide with a few bullet points, our biggest takeaways from the subsequent charts, and we'll start with the statewide summary. So if we'll go to 14. Okay. So results show that there was a negative impact for all students, for all grades, for almost every subject with the exception of English 2. These negative impacts were especially true for math, grades 5 through 9, and science, 8th grade, and biology. Most students continue to progress during the pandemic, but at a slower pace than they would have done otherwise. Okay. This might be the first time that the North Carolina growth data has been shared in this way. We typically talk about growth in terms of students and teacher effectiveness. Here we see our statewide summary. And so this is an interesting way to look at this data. So to think about what this means in terms of average student growth across tested subjects and how they differ. So you can see the overall magnitude of the negative impact. In 2018, we see average growth clustering around the 0, right? So in some instances, you have it almost exactly on that 0 mark. We see slight growth in certain tested subjects, and then we see slight negative in other subjects. Then in 2021, we see the negative effects between a negative 0.11 in reading grade 5 and negative 0.54 in math grade 8. The pandemic and resulting disruptions in learning had a significant impact on expected student learning in 2021. And I really want to highlight that point. The pandemic and the resulting disruptions in student learning are the cause of what we see here presented in these charts. I'd stated earlier, this is not on the backs of teachers, principals, superintendents. There is nothing any of them could have done in the height of this pandemic to change these results. So we need to be really clear about what we're looking at here. Okay? And so with that, I'm going to transition to Dr. Korn, and she's going to share some of the findings from some of the different subgroups.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Deanna, for helping us with all of our slides. We left in a bunch of them just for the record, but the information about the process had been shared with this board ahead of time. So as we transition to male and female, if you want to go ahead into the chart so folks can kind of look at it as we talk through it. On this chart, female students are represented by the purple bar and male students are the blue. So many of us heard early on that our males, that our boys were going to be so much farther behind because they had so much more difficulty focusing at home alone. And what this data shows is that did not hold to be true. Despite those early predictions that male students were more negatively impacted because having to be self-directed in their learning, our statewide data did not support that. Because females outperform males in a typical year, females are further from what we might have expected in the absence of the pandemic. And so one thing as both the board and the public and our local leaders think about this data for the first time is thinking about, so what? What do we do now? And so for this particular example, as districts and as our states and as our charters think about interventions targeting recovery and acceleration, don't forget about your girls, right? Like, this is a place where we can be targeting interventions and thinking about how to reach those students disproportionately impacted, which is what, and these data are the first pass, the main effects, right? We wanted to look and see, were there differences between our big groups of students? So another thing that we invite you to think about and encourage input to our team on is, what are the critical next levels of analysis? What are the things we should be looking at? Like, as we go through from a content perspective, say, do we really want to dig into females and math Well, then we have the capacity and the ability to do that in partnership with the EVOS team at SAS over the next couple of months. So that's something we'll be looking for input, both from state level leadership and local leaders, about what are those priorities for next level of analysis. If we want to go to the next one, Deanna, the next one, and you can just go to the next chart. So it looks at race and ethnicity. We're going to start, this is all subjects in a single chart for race and ethnicity. The bars are color-coded, where purple represents American Indian students, blue represents Asian students, navy is black students, orange represents Hispanic students, gray is white, and students identified as two or more races is represented by the green bar. Students of all races and ethnicities were negatively impacted by the pandemic. And if you go to the next slide, I know the next graph is a lot to digest, but again, what we're trying to show and what's important to look at is the difference in the patterns of the charts between 2018 and 2021. Pre-existing disparities have increased. However, the extent to which these disparities have changed varies by test. For example, it's really hard to see in this chart, but the difference between black and white growth was on average larger in 2021 than it was in 2018. But that's not necessarily true for all subjects, especially in middle grades ELA. But this graph is a really good example of what we might want to focus on for next level of analysis, is digging into how different student groups performed within certain content areas. If you go to the next one. If you go to the chart. Yep, economically disadvantaged students. So in here, students identified as economically disadvantaged are the blue bar. Some gaps widen between economically disadvantaged students and the general population. The average difference across all tests showed an increase in the difference by about 30%, right? So a 30% increase in the difference between economically disadvantaged students and non-economically disadvantaged students, and they're predicted versus actual growth. And that this increase was driven by increased disparities in math and science, and some in the middle grades reading. If you go to AIG, the next one. So here, AIG is represented by the students are represented by the blue bar. So this was another one where we all heard the AIG students were going to be fine. The students in some of the IB, AP programs, despite early predictions, the AIG students were significantly negatively impacted too, especially for reading in grades 6 through 8 and math in grade 8. The data in the next set of slides for our students with disabilities and English language learners certainly warrants further analysis. And keep in mind, all these results are promising. From an average student growth perspective, we know that overall percent proficient for these students is lower than we would like. So this is that distinction between growth and percent proficient. So here, students with disabilities were represented by the blue bar, and they were closer to their pre-pandemic learning trajectories compared to the general population of students. And similarly, English learners. If you go to the English learner chart, Deanna, were closer to their pre-pandemic learning trajectories compared to the general population of students, especially among reading in grade 8. You go to the next slide. So, as we mentioned, we included 23 different charts and tables in the report, including student group analysis for chronically absent, foster, migrant students, students experiencing homelessness, military connected, entering achievement, and by school characteristics such as urbanicity, percent of economically disadvantaged, school grade, district designations like low wealth and low performing, and finally a breakdown of each state board region is included in the report. Recognizing that we did not have all the time to dig into all that, it's all available in our report, and we would be more than happy, obviously, to come back and dig in as questions come up. And again, I think it'll really help as we begin and consider those next level of analysis, some of the interaction. So we did want to provide just a couple of key takeaways, and as we were working with Ms. Kamnitz and Dr. Townsend-Smith about how to frame this for the board, wanted to think about it in terms of eliminating opportunity gaps as a priority and goal for this board. So based on these preliminary findings, DPI will be able to better understanding learning, recovery, and acceleration programs and interventions across the state. The report allows the department to better target resources and prioritize funding for those students who were affected and for areas of the state most in need. We are deeply committed to working with state and local leaders to make sure the data is presented and the data presented is useful and actionable and provides guidance for strategic and targeted use of resources. In addition, these key takeaways, so related to connectivity. This graph makes it hard to see the details, but the message remains. Students in schools that report a higher percentage of students with broadband internet access at home were less negatively impacted for most tested subjects. The pandemic and other natural disasters, as well as a new commitment to anywhere, anytime learning, mean that students need access to reliable internet at home, which directly impacts their ability to access robust, dynamic instructional materials and resources. If you go to the next one about in-person instruction, the green bar here represents those students who experience the most remote learning. Our biggest takeaway is that the majority of students need regular interaction and direct personal engagement with their principals, their teachers, and their peers. And then slide 32, if you go to the next one. Raising back up the economically disadvantaged chart again to highlight that our education leaders and teachers should focus resources and targeted interventions on students who have been most negatively impacted by disrupted learning, including economically disadvantaged, certain race and ethnic groups, females, AIG students, and the list goes on. And this is a statewide snapshot. So the intent here is that districts can look at their data inside their EVOS portal and have conversations at the local level about which of those students most need support at the local level. And then finally, using the statewide summary again to illustrate that we should focus resources and targeted interventions for early grades reading, middle grades math, and science in the transition years. That is one of our biggest takeaways as an office, and we'll be talking and bringing back to the board recommendations about interventions to address some of those highest need areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Marr, to Michael.
Okay, so closing out with some of our next steps. All right. And so an overview of the next steps for rolling out the findings that will be shared in the report. So I'd like to note that the Office of Learning and Recovery is committed to working with state and local leaders to make sure that this data is useful and actionable, that it provides guidance for strategic and targeted use of resources to address the most pressing issues caused by this pandemic. And we want to know and understand what students and teachers need from the state and their local schools to get back on track. There's a note that reporting data includes not only statewide summary and analysis, but enhancement to the PSU level EVOS portals and supports for use and interpretation. Local schools will get access to their own data at the district, school, classroom, teacher, and student level. This standardized assessment data is just one piece of the puzzle. So we need to remember that in the context here. It's important, but it's not the only data we will need to guide state and local policy and budgetary decisions. Our office is partnering on several new research studies, as I shared earlier. We are focused on elevating teacher and student voices, resilience, mental health and wellness, and local funding to help round out our understanding and go beyond the numbers. Dr. Korn and I just finished up, along with Dr. Taylor, a visit of the state, working through all 8 regions, meeting with all of our PSU leaders, superintendents, and meeting with charter leaders via phone call. And one of the comments that really kind of stuck with us was what we won't call out Dr. Williams, but was this idea that students have been back in school since August, and aren't we caught up yet? So we have to remember, we're still in the midst of the pandemic. It's not over. We still have disrupted learning for students, for tens of thousands of students across the state, and we'll continue to manage that. When you look at these estimates and you see a number like a negative 0.6, if we had a year of growth, the expectation, if you remember, is 0, right? But to get to that 0, there is some positive number that results, and it's anywhere from a positive 0.1 to positive 0.2. And if the number is negative 0.6 and we were to expect a positive 0.2, that's 3 years. So with limited intervention. So really our approach is to look at these data, think about the lost instructional time, and have a real, meaningful, and accurate representation of what it means to help students recover from the pandemic. Recovery will not be over in May. It likely will not be over next May. We'll have a plan going forward. We're starting to do that now. We presented to the board, I believe last month, we asked for a program specifically targeted at middle grades math. We're looking at a middle grades math accelerator next year. That's the way in which we want to use these data to make decisions about what the greatest need is for children, for teachers, for students throughout our state. So I just want to elevate that. Additionally, if you have questions about early grades math, we had a concern about the validity of that data. That's why it's not included in this analysis. So they had a limited set of prior testing history, and so we didn't have enough confidence to be able to include that in this analysis. There were also some questions about the feasibility of including grade 5 science because of prior testing history, but we can confirm that grade 5 science will be added to the final report. And we expect the grade 5 science results to be similar to what has been observed in grade 8 science. We can discuss this subject in grade more as planning for the final report begins to take shape. So I just want to echo, as Dr. Korn mentioned, we are happy to talk about this as often as you like and continue to come forward and as we continue to build this out. We also have a plan to actually begin building out essentially a blog on the OLR portion of the website where we talk about some of these data and explain what it means. And so with part of our team, Mr. Kaylin Clifton's with us, and Kaylin works behind the scenes. He's her quantitative specialist, and he's going to be authoring a lot of those as we get into this analysis. So with that, we'll conclude and answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Marr. I'd just like to say, a week ago when we first got a look at this material, I think we both felt like crying. I mean, it sort of confirms what you knew was coming, but seeing the reality is very painful. But we have to just get past that and let it inform the work that we're going to do and be patient, but persist with that work as long as it takes to undo as much of this damage as possible. So that's just me. Anybody have questions for Dr. Korn or Dr. Marr? I know it's a lot I think everybody's feeling a little stunned perhaps, but yes.
I don't have a question. I'd just like to thank you all for this work. It is a daunting set of tasks before us. The mountaintop is very high, we know that. But I will tell you from the district perspective and working with teachers every day, and my colleagues over here can echo that, our teachers are reporting strong, thank you. Our teachers are reporting strong and consistent gains among our student learners. And so they're seeing, and much of this data right now is anecdotal data and teacher reported data, but we are also seeing it formatively, and we're able to quantify some of the progress forward. So there's a lot to be optimistic about in our classrooms, and I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Ms. Kemmons. I thank you both, and thank you to everyone who participated in this study. Obviously what you're sharing with us is what is, rather than the why. We will begin to dig into the why, and as you all proceed with your work, both qualitative and quantitative. What's the time frame for the effect sizes?
Yeah. Karen, how long?
I have estimates for average.
Come on down.
So I want to share just briefly why that work is difficult. The conversion, what happens with the conversion?
Yeah, good afternoon. So I have used some pre-existing standards that are documented in educational research about what we might expect a student to make year to year in both ELA and math. Those conversions they're not intended to be exact, like we can't say with absolute certainty that we're looking at 4 months. But I have generated some average months of loss for all the grades, in ELA and math. However, right now we're working to also generate a range, so maybe a lower estimate and also an upper estimate, so we can prepare for a range of scenarios.
Thank you very much. All of your expertise is incredibly appreciated, and I think that it seems to me that never has there been more of a need for there to be a competency-based approach to this work, because every student is going to be at a different place on the continuum. And in order to accelerate students, we're going to have to know exactly where everyone is. And we look forward to continuing that work. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
To that point, I'd like to confirm what Dr. Marr just said, is that this will be available to the districts on a school, teacher, and student level.
Right, as part of their EVOS dashboard portal.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Hall.
thank you. I just want to comment, and listening to the data presented today, it just confirms the fact that this pandemic that we experience and is experiencing has affected every child. Some more, some less, but it's every child that's affected their learning by the pandemic. And we are certainly in uncharted waters as we move forward, but we will have to prioritize and see where we can go with this, because every child was affected by it. I'm interested in the learning loss the gentleman just spoke about also as we move forward. But I want to thank you for presenting this information to us. It is helpful, it is educating all, but the pandemic has had an effect. And we just need to make sure we support our educators out there in the field as they try to move forward in these very, very critical times. I was set back when the gentleman mentioned earlier that it's not going to be this May or next May. This could be a 2-year venture or more as we try to recover from this learning loss. And thank you so much again for all who participated in this, developing this report for us.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. Can I make one comment first? So I just want to respond to Ms. White's earlier comment about the number of different programs that are being deployed using ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 funding. So that's part of the work that we have been doing. Is we actually had a meeting this yesterday afternoon with Dr. Dietrich and his team about how we can utilize PowerSchool to ensure that we're tracking students who are inside of different interventions, matching those interventions to the different components of the larger logic model that we have in place that tracks student and other performance outcomes, and then looking at how those programs also perhaps interact with some of these data as well, so that we can monitor whether or not there's an impact in a given program that we have funded that looks at this in the long term. So we are very much attuned to what you were commenting on earlier today. Yeah, we're trying to measure dosage, which is a hard thing to measure with some of these interventions, but it clearly matters in this. All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you for the report. And one of the things that we talked a little bit earlier today about qualitative research being done, it seems to me qualitative research on top of this quantitative research is essential at this point in terms of getting to the whys and getting to the solutions. One takeaway I had, but I want to make sure I'm right about this. It looked as if the EDS students, or economically disadvantaged students, were the most, the most negatively affected. Is that accurate, or is that trying to swallow a lot of charts at once?
Yes.
And y'all have had more time?
Yes.
Since we know our poorest performing schools, the list of 480 schools that we've talked about, there's a very high correlation with our students who are economically disadvantaged. Does this not suggest that we need to reemphasize and even further prioritize our turnaround school efforts in the schools that are most significantly impacted? I mean, we talked about something this morning that affects, I think it's to 68 schools, which is great, but that's 412 short of where we want to be reaching for these kinds of initiatives. It seems to me that's a really significant task ahead of us with respect to those students. As Mr. Hall said a moment ago, it affects all students, but it strikes me that it really puts a focal point on what we, to those who have the least, we owe the most. And we owe a lot to those students with the effects of this pandemic in their lives.
Yeah, yes, I certainly agree. One of the things that as I was sitting here earlier today, listening to the different programs, interventions that are going on across the state, one of the things that we've really been trying to corral is the amount of work and the amount of research happening in the state, and bring that under a sort of umbrella so that we can align some of these different things to look at impact, right? So as you mentioned, we've got ESSER $3 going in school and district transformation. Well, there are other programs that are happening at those schools in addition to whether they are OLR directed programs or some of these individual appropriations. We have to start to get a really good handle on all of the different investments that are being made in given place, and then evaluating the impact of those programs to determine which ones are in fact the most effective for children, for the designated children.
So it used to be 483, but that was 2018-19 data, correct? So since we haven't had 2 years of academic qualitative data, is it wrong to suggest that number of low-performing schools, given the data presented here, is much larger? That it's a much larger number of schools who would be designated as low-performing?
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that. That is actually, I would have to ask Dr. Edmonds, as it falls under her purview. Yeah.
But that makes sense.
I don't see any other further questions, so thank you so much. We're now, we're not beginning a journey, but you have moved us forward in our ability to progress. So thank you for that. And in future years, we'll have this information in the same format to be able to.
That's our plan. That's what we hope to see going forward, is that we will year over year now be able to bring the same data sets to you to talk about progress year over year.